Greetings, mortals, and welcome back to whatever the hell we're doing.
Oh god, we're going to Griffinheart. We're going to Griffinheart. That's what we're doing. It's gonna be fine. It's really fine. My mouth definitely doesn't have any Cheeto dust on it, and I definitely didn't have Cheetos for breakfast because I woke up late. Everything's fine. It's all good. I asked your kitty and live forever and ever. Okay, we are going to. We already downloaded the thing, so we just need to go to my channel. Let's see. Go to here. Man, investors are so funny. There's some post that I saw where apparently Microsoft is talking about how they're going to turn like Windows into a verbally controlled platform as its primary means of control because AI or something. And it's like, wow, man, like, okay, I guess I'm moving to Linux because it's like, are you fucking kidding me? Imagine if you had to control your computer with a fucking, with audio. That's insane. That's like you're just having a conversation with a friend in your living room, and like, who the hell knows what your computer's doing in the background? Or alternatively, you have to say, "Computer, I am now giving a command to you, my computer. Please listen to me, computer," before every single fucking click that you try to make on your computer. It's like such a dumb idea, but it's like, it's just investor bait, so it's like not a real thing they're intending to do. Anyway, it's funny. Yeah, I figured we'd get the excuse to do the Castle Crashers thing. Okay. So, what are we doing? Are we already ready? Yeah, I made the game crash. That's what happened. Our Musume were just too fast. That's what happened. I'm proud of that one. You know, I just realized how tiny their waists are. They skip like. This is like they skipped leg day, right? This is what skipping leg day looks like. Because like if you're like a fast runner, you have like a thick ass, right? Am I wrong on that? Like, this kind of a shape is not appropriate for someone who actually didn't skip leg day. Now, admittedly, I will admit, they have differently shaped legs than you or I. That is true. However, yeah, exactly. Streamers put on text to speech, and like a viewer just randomly takes control of the computer. Okay, we had something we wanted to do before we had it back in there, right? There was some sort of maintenance stuff that I wanted to get done. We're in for a bit of a rough day today, okay? Like, this is a difficult thing to deal with. Yeah, I haven't opened Uma Musume for several days. I'm probably never going to open it again. I that's not true. I probably will open again to leave my guild, because I kind of feel bad being like the top contributor to the guild for several weeks and then just disappearing and not telling anybody. Not that I've communicated with anyone at all in game at all, because like the in-game chat system is a nightmare. Because like if I'm gonna just like disappear from the game because I'm like, okay, well I've accomplished what I wanted to accomplish and I'm done. That's not how most people play these kinds of games. So like it would be easy for them to just leave me in the guild for no reason when I'm not going to be there. Because like once I've skipped on a game that has dailies for 3 days, it's over. I'm not probably going to do anything with it at that point. So. Yeah, there's similar stuff that's happened at friends of mine's houses where it's like trying to figure out the like grouping for. Oh, okay, so we need to do some item crafting, maybe item crafting.
Identify.
Is that what we're doing? What was it that I thought that I needed to do before we walked in there? Hey, Rosette. This is the problem when you don't listen to yourself talk, is that I know that I had something that I wanted to do before I made my next attempt. But I don't remember what it was. I think I wanted to use the rest of my crafting materials. But what would I even use them on? I guess I could pump some endurance on this. I just don't remember. Yeah, just might is definitely going to be the most helpful thing we can do. Okay, you know what I think I'm going to do? We're going to go make some attempts, and then I'll figure out what I need from there. So we're going to walk back inside. Let's actually just do a run with our current save file just to demonstrate what it is that we're trying to do. Okay? So basically, what we've got going here, because like nobody was still around by the end of the last stream. We're basically triggering a huge group of enemies to get behind us there. We're then we are juking around them to get into here. We're crossing through here, going into here. And the goal is to be alive with everybody when we get to this room right here. And also to not have anybody go here. That's going to involve some degree of RNG. And there were people in stream. I just mean like there's a lot more people here at the beginning of stream than at the very end of stream. The overlap in the users, like the overlap in the people who are here, is like slim, where it's like it's different people. So when I said no, but I didn't mean that those people didn't exist. I meant like the people that are currently watching are not the same people. Like they might be picking it up on the VOD, and some people are probably the same person. Oh shit! I took my hand off the left side of the keyboard. Alright. So that's the basic gist of what we're doing, right? So what we're basically doing is we're dipping in here, we're going around here. We have to do that little dip to the right there, because if we don't do that dip to the right, we get sort of obliterated. Okay, I think what I wanted was, I think there was some easy upgrades I could make to Axolotl's durability. I think that was what we were looking to do. Was take this number and make it higher, and that there was something we could do to make that happen easily. We have these gauntlets. It's funny. I really wish that I could play the Monster Hunter games. It's just that like they have that weird Japanese thing where it's like, oh yes, we have no justification for why we think that you should just be like killing this creature. It's just do it. Don't think about it. And I'm like, no, I can't not think about it. I remember I tried the demo. I tried the demo for one of the Monster Hunter games, and the demo had me just butchering a zebra. It was just like full on big game hunter, like African asshole, not African asshole, like person who travels to Africa to kill a zebra kind of asshole behavior. It was completely non-hostile. It was just there. There was nothing. They gave me nothing to work with. It was just come into this room and kill a zebra. And it's like, okay, well, I guess I'm never touching this series. So it depends. It depends on what I decide to do. I think that I don't need to actually do anything. Honestly, buying more spells isn't going to improve my situation much. The thing with what we've got going here is I actually have an angle that I think is going to work. We have a working angle for how to get through this. I just have to actually implement on it.
Can't identify.
Do we even need the regen right now? We're not crashing out yet, but we might eventually. That is, I retain the right to crash out if I so choose. Unfortunately, okay, wait. I just saw, was that an HP thing that was really low? Yes, we have a 13 hit point ring. Yeah, if we're being honest, probably the thing that would be the most, like, in keeping with rule setting would be to not abandon the rules at all and just make a specific exemption for this dungeon. But I would much prefer not to do that. I would prefer to do something else. I think I'm actually going to throw this on you instead. That's probably not a great idea. But yeah, the Garrick's employing a Garrick's Forge style exemption is probably the most consistent. Before I would do that, I have other options on the table though. Basically, if I reload into Harmondale, I think we have to aggro these. I don't think that I like the idea of not aggroing them because I don't have Wizard Eye. So if I aggro part of that room and not the entire room, I don't want that room like split up in a really weird way. So we do have 10 Widowwave Spirits, right? This is... yeah, we have at least 10. So we don't need to worry about it. We can save this under danger. And we activate this. We pop down here. We go to here. And from here, we just wait. And then we leave. We didn't get a chance to save, but that's fine. That was not successful. Okay. Yeah, they weren't waiting with me. They're supposed to be waiting with me. Okay. But yeah, I think we might actually hold off on this initial save. Because it doesn't take that much time and effort to get this set up. If we're being honest. And there isn't that big of a difference between doing it fairly quickly and doing it slowly. Like, look at that. There's like Like, everybody's in exactly the position that I would expect them to be in. Wait! Wait, we're cooking? We're cooking? We fully missed, but we got to where we're supposed to be. Yep, we're done. I can't fight them in the cubby there. I've made multiple attempts with that. But that was the first time that we actually got through the place. Please. This cubby, like, with the way that the corners behave now, is just not going to work. We can't use this cubby. But... Damn! Ooh, we were so close. Okay, this is gonna work. I'm wondering if we actually save as soon as we get to the table. Like, basically, we were there at the table with everybody alive. I'm wondering if we make a save there. Even though they haven't, like... Yeah. Well, the funny thing is that they don't, like... For the most part, they don't. They just, like... go chill with you on the table. Yeah, we don't need to wait that long. We can wait for a very short period of time, jump through. We're gonna probably die here. Then we just get to here. But yeah, I'm gonna try maybe going a little bit further down this way. Nah, that's not gonna help me much. I think we want to be a little closer to the thinger. Let's see. Were melees nerfed? There's a sort of indirect nerf to melees that's responsible for this. In that, well, the closer you are to the corner, the easier it is for them to draw a circle around you. Oh, you mean with the table, though? So yes, with the table, you want to be a little closer to the corner because of, the thinger. I don't think that the intent of the corner nerf was to nerf melees specifically, because it also affects casters. Casters also benefit from corners. They can do, like, with corner plays, casters can use them just as easily as melees can. Casters are actually better at utilizing corners than melees are. But there is a disconnect because of the fact that if you're further away from the edge, nothing affects casters. Thinger. But yeah, in terms of the corner stuff, with the tables, being closer to the corner means that you're more likely to lock an enemy that's trying to get around the table on the other side of the table with, because they'll start attacking you, which wouldn't happen if there was a wall there, because they would register that as invalid terrain. I don't think so, not with this place. This wall is reasonably thick. I've worked on that place quite a bit, and the issue is that all of the maneuvering that I do in there, eventually the corner AI takes over and just kills me. Yeah, though to be fair, a dragon is not what people would classically refer to as a caster in this game. Oh, that was rough. I mean, it wouldn't have mattered because I died to the attack, but, like, I was like, I can get through here, and I couldn't get through. A dragon is much more akin to an archer, mechanically, than they are to, like, a dedicated spellcaster. I just wanted to use the dragon because I was like, I'm never going to get an excuse to use a dragon. Because I can't, like, I can't use a dragon on, like, an archer run. That just feels like we're gonna stand here. Okay, please don't kill me. Okay, we killed that one. I'm actually gonna save this. We're gonna save this under dungeon. No, is it dungeon? Yes, we're saving under dungeon. We've actually gotten through here multiple times now. Okay, so that guy kills us. Let's see if we can make this work. Okay, that location is not going to work. Okay, you just come kill me. What if I move a little further back? I'm curious about the fact that he's not attacking me. We need to figure out what to do to lock that guy in. Because the Champions of the Sword are not attacking me from the other side of the table for some reason. Okay, you can hit from there. They can as... Well, actually, I don't know that they can. They may or may not be able to. So the Champions of the Sword might not be killable with this table. Which is interesting. Okay, there we go. Okay, that one's gonna kill me. I feel like we had locked one of these in just now. So it looks to me like what we're looking to do here is wait for it to get really close to us, and then launch an attack on it. Okay, that one is also hitting me. As soon as we get the hit off on this Champion of the Sword, it is triggering attacks on me. Who was attacking me? Oh. Interesting. So now it can hit me. It wasn't hitting me just now. Huh. So this table might not be working for our purposes if we get any Champions of the Sword in the pack? Is that the case? Is that the situation that we find ourselves in? Because if that's the situation we find ourselves in, then we might not be cooking anymore. We might be getting cooked. If the champions can consistently hit me from the other side, then there's not a lot I can do. They can't do it consistently. That's probably gonna leak. Leak. Fuck. Okay. You leak, but then you die. This one leaks. This is a weak one. We can kill it. Nope. Not if we don't actually hit it. Okay, that conscript's dead. These are definitely not gonna leak, right? Eventually. Like, we just have too many in this pack to not have them leak. Kill this champion. Fuck. Can you hit me from there? I don't know if she can hit me, but I think she can. So she's been taken out. Are you cooking, son?
I've never seen one before.
Okay, Can I hit you? No. That's concerning. Okay. I'm probably dead here. Yeah. If it had hit Daggertooth as with the initial attack, we would have been okay there. I think this is possible. This is possible with this setup, I think. It's not likely, I don't think. Like this is a pretty rough setup, but with the exact position that I'm in right now, it does look like it's possible
I don't know.
to lock in. Okay, you're coming around. You're gonna kill me. Yeah, this is too high to finish. I think Do I think that over the course of the next 3.5 hours, I could lock in a kill here?
I don't know it. I've
Who
never
is it?
seen one. I don't know it.
You came around. I didn't notice. Okay. If that had been one of the people on the other side, then that would be... Okay, that was somebody on the other side. So... Ooh. This table was working really consistently before. Like, the enemies that were on the other side of the table were consistently not hitting me. If we can't even consistently ensure that the enemies that aren't even on the same side of the table are gonna get locked out. Because, like, the enemies that are close by on this corner can hit me for some reason. You know, I did update.
Can someone heal me?
I don't think that the update changed anything, but it did change monsters that were... So you just hit me through the table. That's a problem. That's a problem. We might be cooked. We might be actually cooked here. Shit. We could try to do something really weird with this corner here. Where we're trying to hit them this way instead. But I don't think that's going to work. The enemies get access to me before I get access to them. Over there. I'm so disappointed. This table tricked me yesterday into believing that there was hope.
I require assistance. Like it's up to me.
That's true, we done goofed. At least we got to this section really fast. Imagine if it had taken an hour and a half for me to get here, and then I just start dying to the... Shit. Okay, I think you're safe. You're not anymore.
I haven't seen this one. Can someone heal me?
I don't... We're not at the point where we abandon the attempt yet. We're not quite there yet. Because we're not dying consistently enough, in my opinion, to fully abandon it. I think we might be able to variance our way in there. We just need to give it a little bit and see if we can get
I don't know
it to happen. I don't like you standing all the way over here. One possibility is that it's actually better for me to not attack until I let them lock in. I think I need to lock this one in with an attack, though. I think this one will only lock in when I hit it. Can you... No, you did not lock it.
I haven't seen this one.
Okay, that one locked in. I might be able to kill a single soldier, but not two. But this one may or may not be able to hit me. It can now. Okay, it's dead though. Script's dead. The thing is that the leaks I can deal with more effectively if I ignore everything other than the leaks. So... the enemies are getting locked in a weird position over there. Look, am I doing my See No Evil strat with the gods? Kind of. And is it working? Unclear. Let's take a look at them. No, the See No Evil strat isn't doing anything meaningful, but that's fine. Hey Ninja BR, how's it going? Right, we need to lock you in. Okay, you're gonna kill me now. Damn. I love how I hit the soldier in the back somehow. Okay. 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 Nope. Damn. Damn, if I'd locked her in a little bit earlier, I might have been able to get that to happen.
I don't know it.
Okay. Okay, See No Evil. Unlocked. So, the See No Evil strat sounds crazy, right? And it is crazy. I don't know why this happened this one time, but if I actually figured out why it happened, it might actually help me a ton. In what's that place called? In Clanker's lab, I was running into a problem where the enemies could hit me from behind across a thing much akin to this, actually. It was a similar setup, but they could shoot fireballs across the gap at me and kill me. But for some reason, if I didn't look at them, it deactivated their AI and they stopped attacking me. So the enemies behind me just stopped attacking for some unknown reason, as long as I wasn't looking at them. And so I was able to clear the things ahead of me by simply ignoring all of the things that were not trying to kill me anymore from behind. And so I cleared out the ones in front of me, which gave me the ability to move to a safer location. And I don't know what the hell that caused that. I don't know why it worked, but it was very funny. It's probably something to do with, like, hitbox shape, where the specific... But I don't even know, like, it was weird. It was a weird thing that felt like I was deactivating their behavior when they got into this very specific corner, and I don't understand it, but it was very funny. It's probably related to the phenomenon where these things get stuck, like, which happens a lot in this place, where they'll just get into one giant clump and get stuck. But yeah, if I can clear out the enemies that are on with me on the table here, we should be able to make this work. And if I can get myself back in the position that I was in the other time, where... Okay, I'm gonna die because they got released. But maybe not. Let's... There's not a ton over there, but there's too many. But... Okay. We cleared out a decent portion of them that attempt. I think this is reasonable. I think this is reasonable to get done. Is it reasonable by the standards of any normal human being? Absolutely not. But we did do that map, you'll recall. So, okay, they're unfortunately hitting me from the other side of the table. So I feel like this can be done, and I feel like it can be done within a few hours. So if we can get this done within a few hours, we could load another save and hope to get a slightly better setup than this. But I'm concerned about just kind of wasting time. Let's see. It took exactly one attempt. It took exactly one attempt to clear that map. That's how long it took. Exactly one very short attempt. I think rather than killing things, what we want... I wasn't trying to kill anybody there. That's unfortunate.
I've never seen one.
What I'm looking for here is to damage the ones... I want to damage everybody equally. Unfortunately, as they're like going in and out of range, I'll be hitting other random targets instead of the one that I'm looking to hit. Okay, we got that one down. Okay, we got a champion here. Okay. Please. Not dead, but it doesn't matter. I mean, it might matter. Oh! Wait! No! So sad. We got such good RNG there. We got all the RNG we needed except the DPS RNG. I feel like we could have killed that thing by then. If we'd gotten a little luckier than we did.
I don't know.
I feel like this is inevitably going to leak. Okay, that was toast. Damn. And that is just tagging me from over there. I think we can get this. I do. I know it sounds crazy, but basically, if we can clear this initial pack, which we got about 80% of the way through just now, if we can clear just this pack, I think that we can make it happen. We basically can save if we clear this first pack. We have the food in our inventory to do it. That will break the rules. We will be breaking the rules a little bit by eating food, but one could argue that the food is a permanent bonus. I've used food to cheat in every single run. Okay, it's an established form of cheating. It's a respected cheat. Okay. Killing an initiate. Don't love the idea of killing a conscript. Okay. Clearing out a champion. The significant advantage of doing this, the See No Evil strategy here, is not really about manipulating the behavior of the enemies so much as it is ensuring that I'm only hitting like a target and not hitting like 16. This is an initiate. It would have been very reasonable to be able to kill that one, but this one also leaked. There's only 2 enemies left. Oh, that's rough. Oh, that's rough. We were so close. Okay, we're dead. Oh, we were so close. We were so close. Oh. Oh, we got this. We haven't had that many attempts to get, like, that much.
Heal me.
We've had 2 attempts where we got really quite far.
Can someone heal me? Oh,
So moving a little bit did not help us there. Okay. But yeah, if we can get that one down. The issue at that point is that we then have to save and clear through substantially more enemies. You know what's funny? We actually did clean this. We did get a clean attempt on this on the previous file, right? We got a fully clean attempt, except for the fact that we already had somebody dead. Like, we did a full proof of concept, and now we're struggling so hard on the part that I thought was a gimme. Like, this part I thought was a full gimme. Because the previous attempt, the first time we tried to do this part, it went perfectly smoothly, like, no trouble at all. And now you give me trouble? Now you give me this much trouble? Okay, let's reload back to danger, and let's make another iteration of this, because we're having so much difficulty with this, and the previous time we simply didn't. The previous time we had a very easy time at this portion, so let's see if we can make this go better by just re-rolling who's here. Right? And their exact positioning. Nope. Yoink. Oh, you know, I think I had opened that other door too, hadn't I? I had yelled all of the archers into position as well. That was funny. Yeah, no. This is going to take too long. Trying to get a good attempt on that is going to take longer than trying to get a good attempt on this. I'm better off, like, manipulating my exact positioning here a little bit. Oh? I'm gonna stand at the very edge of here, actually. The very edge of the table here. Okay, she was able to hit me. She can't hit me anymore. She can't. Somebody's hitting me. I don't know if it's her or not, but yes, one of them was hitting me there, so that corner wasn't as safe as I'd like it to be. Okay, somebody is hitting me if I'm here. So let's go here. That did not help. Okay, let's go here. On a fundamental level, what I'm looking for is to be putting myself in a position where the enemies have to walk through a position where they stop moving to just start attacking me before they reach me. And that does imply being closer to the edge here. You know, I could try being really, like, all the way out. But I don't think that works, because then they're going to have an access to my hitbox on the right side. So, I don't know what's causing them to sometimes have access to me through the table. Because I don't know what like weird idiosyncrasies of the hitbox are causing them to think they have line of sight on me through the table, but not actually having it. Like I don't know where like the center of mass on their hitbox is looking at to draw a line that doesn't work, if that makes any sense. Like I would think in this situation that whatever line they're drawing would work.
Got it.
Damn.
I require
Okay, so this one is the one hitting me. Okay, I think this is gonna work. It's just gonna be kind of a pain in the ass to make it work, but we can make it happen. This one's gonna be weak, I think. Maybe not.
I've never seen it.
I'm actually going to throw out some heals, because we can't survive pretty much anything from the swordsman. It's going so good, we're on our first attempt, and it's going amazingly well.
Got it.
Everything is definitely working exactly the way that it worked yesterday. And the things that we thought were safe are definitely safe. It's all going perfectly. We're definitely not struggling with the part that I thought was a gimme after having had a relatively easy time getting through the part that I thought was going to take up the bulk of this round. It's very rare. I almost never do. You know, I'm a very honest person. I'm not afraid to turn. I don't know what you're talking about. This is part of a very specific coherent strategy that we have entailed. It's called the See No Evil strategy. It's very... It's very coherent and to the point. This is the last enemy that we needed to actually unlock, isn't it?
I require assistance.
Yes, all these are already... These are locked in already. We would have been fine. The See No Evil strat is a very powerful strategy that was first concocted with the gods in that one place. Yeah, exactly. The Weeping Angels was actually... That episode was misinformation to get you to get yourself killed in Might Magic games. So the reason that I'm not turning is because in a situation like this, every time you jostle an enemy, you are risking it coming around the table and killing you, or maneuvering itself into a position where it can hit you from the other side of the table. One of those two things. Okay, so they haven't hit on me. And so by only exposing one enemy by the thinnest little bit, you're maximizing the amount that you're actually hitting that target. There's also the potential that pathing and other similar behaviors behave a little bit differently if they're not in line of sight. I don't think that they do. I don't think that it really matters. However, I had one really weird interaction in Clanker's lab that I can't explain really very easily. Like, I don't think it was a hitbox thing. I think because I was turning around and things like that. It's like facing directly away from the enemies and facing directly toward them should be the same from a hitbox perspective.
I require assistance.
Let's see. It's not that Americans drink so much soda and have no stomach issues. It's that Americans drink so much soda and they don't notice that their stomach is upset because their stomach is always upset. Americans do not have a different set of stomach properties, at least not intrinsically. Soda drinking is also, I think, falling off in the United States. There's a... I'm like one of the only people who drinks soda in my family, I think. My sister drinks soda medically. She actually drinks soda for medical reasons. That's not even a joke. And one could argue that I do the exact same thing, right? Like, I technically have the same condition she has. So... Okay.
I require assistance.
I feel like Americans are kind of the thesis and antithesis to themselves, right? Like legitimately, that has been the way that I have interpreted American culture for a long time. Is like Americans define themselves against Americans in the same way that that the English might define themselves in opposition to the French, right? Like, the greatest enemy, socially, of an American is another American, right? They don't define themselves by external sources. Like, they might pretend to, but they don't, because they don't know anything about anyone outside the United States, right? Like, they can't define themselves by external metrics, because there is no external to define themselves to, because they just don't know anything. So, like, Americans are the most and least health-conscious people on Earth, right? And it's not the same person, it's not the same American, but some Americans are the most health-conscious people in existence, and a lot of the stuff that people do for, like, healthcare stuff, a lot of that stuff gets, like, a lot of that hits America first, right? It's like, that kind of stuff often hits the United States first before it hits anybody else. I don't think I can hit... Okay, I can hit you from here. We might actually clear you, even though you are very scary right now. There's a concerning number of attacks to take. Okay, you locked in. Love that for you. It's dangerous to kill someone, but that's literally a master of the sword. It's way too dangerous to leave them alive. Okay. So, like, when you talk about, like, health consciousness and stuff like that, you'll have two people right next to each other. One of them is, like, the least health conscious person you will ever see in your life. Like, they're not the least health conscious. They're very conscious of their health, and they vice signal incredibly heavily about how unhealth conscious they are, which of course belies how fully aware they are, like how much attention they are paying to health. You know what I mean? Like, they're paying attention to it in order to not do what they're supposed to be doing, right? It's vice signaling, right? There's a lot of vice signaling in the United States, and I don't know that that's common elsewhere. Like, it might be, but like I don't know that I've ever seen a Singaporean vice signal the way that an American would. Right? So like ignoring the like nonsense like made up terminology. Like virtue signaling is a actual term, which is to say that virtue signaling is behavior that you do to demonstrate that you understand the virtues of society and that you uphold them. And it's actually a really important component of social cohesion, right? Like, it's a really important component of maintaining a cohesive society is virtue signaling. There's this weird element in the United States that I don't think I've seen elsewhere, but I've probably seen I've definitely seen it elsewhere. I just haven't seen it in Singapore, which is like vice signaling, which is a performative, like a performative level of counterculture, right? Where it's like you're not signaling that you're a member of a countercultural group, right? Like, I wouldn't consider goths to be vice signaling, right? Well, except when they're smoking. Oftentimes when they're smoking, that does feel like vice signaling. But, like, the like, I don't care about my body, let me just, like, eat bacon all day, not because I like it, but because it's bad for me, that kind of stuff feels very much like vice signaling, which is like signaling disinclusion from the group, right? It's signaling that, oh, okay, I am not following the rules, I am not good according to the rules that my society has set down, right? And that's a thing that is that's like very, very common in the United States. It's not really as common elsewhere. I don't know what causes that. And obviously there's bad components to that, but like this isn't like even like a judgment necessarily of the concept. There's value in vice signaling. So, like, depending on what the virtues of your society are. Right? So, you've never encountered someone who just, like, performatively and aggressively doesn't follow social convention? You know what an actually a great example of vice signaling is not wearing a seatbelt. Not wearing a seatbelt to me is like the ultimate vice signal. Like, you're deliberately not doing something that doesn't require any effort on your part, right? For the purpose of performatively demonstrating that you do not care about the rules. Like, that's a vice signal. It's like there's no interpretation of not wearing seatbelts that isn't a vice signal.
I've never seen one. Can someone heal me?
I think that honestly the food stuff is like I think that the food stuff is mostly an online thing, though maybe not. Let's see.
I require assistance.
Let's see. Well, so the thing about like fascist versus communist is that, like, if you're looking at anything that you would normally associate with communism, that is just fascism. It's not actually communism. Like, laws are not communists, because communists wouldn't have laws. I don't think that seatbelt laws exist to fatten the profits of insurance companies. Seatbelt laws exist to fatten the profits of car companies. Because car companies... Communists wouldn't have a state, so you wouldn't be able to have laws. So communism is an ideology... The USSR was fascist, not communist, Rhoda said. They weren't communists. A good way to tell whether your communist movement is actually communist or not is, do they kill all the anarchists at the very beginning of the movement? If they kill all the anarchists, they're not communists. Because anarchists and communists are actually very similar. There's never been a communist state because there cannot be a communist state. Some people live in communes according to communist values, but those are very small entities. There's never been like a major nation that embodied any of the actual ideals of communism or made any real steps toward the dissolution of the state, right? And if you're not moving toward the dissolution of the state, you're not a communist, right? Because, again, like, communism, a classless, stateless society, right? It's dangerous to not wear a seatbelt. The reason that I say that the laws exist for car companies is that cars are incredibly deadly monster vehicles, and the reason that cities are designed around cars is because it allows the control of movement of people who can't afford a car. Right? So you should always be wearing a seatbelt. You should... There's a reason that I said that it's vice signaling not to wear a seatbelt. Right? With the laws, I would say that there is a decent amount of moving the responsibility for the intrinsic deadliness of the vehicle and the mode of transit onto... I think you can make an argument that part of the reason that those laws exist is to make it so that it's your fault that you died in this incredibly deadly vehicle, as opposed to the responsibility of the state for ensuring that you had to ride in this incredibly dangerous vehicle in order to live your life, right? Yeah, rules are not the same thing as laws. Laws are rules that are backed up by the violence of the state. Right? Look, this table exists to protect the state. This is a monarchist table, okay? Every time this table lets a stray hit through and kill my party, it's... See? This angle here? This is a monarchist angle. That table is a class traitor. Look, no. Queen Catherine did not design the tables, okay? That's labor, and monarchs don't do labor. Don't let the bourgeois take that from you. She forced someone to design this table in such a way that was hostile to their own class interests, okay? That's... But she didn't design it. Monarchists do design things. Monarchs don't design shit. we've gotten pretty lucky here. It's all the same. Yeah, the nuance is important with regards to, like, talking about, like, the specific details of how a system operates. There is a really huge difference between a system that has a state with a monopoly on violence and one that does not. For most of human history, there was no state. There was no monopoly on violence. So, and it's not technically monopoly on violence. It's monopoly on socially accepted violence, right? A monopoly on violence that is deemed, like, acceptable. But it's a functional monopoly on all violence. You can have some outliers where some violence happens that isn't under the control of the state. Well, no, it's not a monopoly on legal violence, because without the state, you don't have the concept of legal, right? It's a matter of, like, how society treats the violence that's happening and how much power you have. Like, if a random guy on the street commits an act of violence, he can't compete with the cops. The violence the cops can inflict upon that random dude is orders of magnitude greater, right? So if you have a situation where you have gangs that have a huge amount of violent potential, and you have cops with a huge amount of violent potential, and they're in competition with each other, you no longer have a monopoly on violence, right? And without the monopoly on violence, like, you don't meaningfully have a state. But there's a big difference between the sort of warlord strategy of whoever happens to have the power to inflict violence in this area is under control, versus, like, a more... I'm not up on a huge amount of communist theory. I'm not a communist. But the basic dynamic of a anarchist or communist, entity, like a group, is you basically kind of just create the monopoly on violence when you need to, and only when you need to. Moving to the center of the table lets a lot more strays through, unfortunately. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, people in America will say that literally all laws are communist. Like, any rules, like they will even say that things that wouldn't be governed by any entity are communist. Like, which I guess is technically more fair. Like, weirdly enough, when they go off on how Twitter cancellations are communist, that's more accurate to what communism is than any of the bullshit that they say about, like, state interventionism. Like, state interventionism is, again, like, kind of by definition not communist. You really didn't have to specify that it was in the United States. I will say, I don't know that news reporter was necessarily stupid, though. Propagandists are not stupid, they're propagandists. Right? Like, they're not... When a lot of the people who say the most stupid shit on television are not saying it because they believe it. They're saying it because they're propagandists, and that's the lie that they're going with. Right? It's why, like, arguments of hypocrisy just never have worked very well, because, like, they don't believe what they're saying anyway, and a large portion of their audience doesn't expect them to believe what they're saying. So, like, you can't hit them with, like, oh, well, you said this thing, which is incompatible with what you said before. And it's like, they don't care because they know they're lying, and so does their audience, right? Like, when you dog whistle, calling attention to the fact that your dog whistle is technically inaccurate doesn't, like, do anything because the message that was intended to be communicated got communicated through. But yes, tables are, in fact, monarchist. And that's why we really want to be getting back to the bed meta, because
I don't know it.
let's see. There's a lot of really intelligent people who just are evil in the news. There's not a lot of intelligent people, let's be clear. Just generally, there's not really that many people that I would consider particularly bright. But that's not why we have flat earthers. We have flat earthers because of anti-Semitism, right? Like, the whole flat earth thing exists for the purpose of spreading anti-Semitism, right? Like, that's why we have the flat earth conspiracies. Like, the reason that... So, you remember climate change, right? You know how climate change is a thing, right? Well, you might not know that because there's been a very large push for the last 30-some years by media to pretend that it's not real, or to pretend that there's some sort of actual, like, debate about it, right? And this is true all over the place. This is not like a right-wing media thing, except in the case that you accurately display that all media fundamentally is right-wing media. But that's, like, on a systemic level, they align with corporate class interests, right? But, like, the reason that they are teaching the controversy in media, and have been for many years, is because they have a interest in doing so. Because the people who own the news corporations also own fossil fuel companies. There's a strong capital interest in pretending that climate change isn't real, because the solutions that would deal with climate change, the solutions to deal with global warming are solutions that they don't like. So, with the hole in the ozone layer, the reason nobody talks about it anymore, in case you're wondering, is because massive sweeping legislation was made worldwide that kind of fixed the problem back in, like, the 80s. And so if you're ever wondering, like, oh, well, the hole in the ozone layer just went away. No, it didn't. We fixed it. We did massive sweeping changes to our society to make that happen. Not to our society generally, because it didn't require changes to everything. But that was a thing that got fixed by direct action. Like, direct intervention. So, global warming we could fix with the same thing. We could fix by just changing a bunch of stuff. But it would be really bad for people who have the most wealth. It would just be bad for them. And so because it would be bad for them, it can't be done. And so basically, the reason that the media talks about it the way that it does is because it's in their interest to do so. It's not because they're idiots. So, like, it's important to recognize the distinction between people who have motivated speech and people who are wrong and people who were hired for the purposes of being wrong, right? Like, people in media are hired with the understanding that they are not going to be the type of person that asks certain types of questions. And they might be reasonably intelligent outside of that, but they are ideologically incapable of asking certain types of questions, to approach problems in a certain type of way. Right? It's like the robots in Westworld, right? That doesn't look like anything to me, right? The that doesn't look like anything to me is the means by which you get otherwise fairly intelligent people to pretend that there's like a climate change like controversy, right? Is, well, everybody in media is saying that there's a controversy, so there must be one. Someone who has that kind of mentality is going to be put into media. You know? That's the kind of person who's going to be put in a position. Why are we suddenly clearing twice in a row because nobody showed up? What is happening? This happened twice in a row for some reason. Okay. I'll take it. You know, I'm not complaining. Okay, I'm complaining a little bit because I am concerned about how this is going to go. Because I think they're all just meandering around here. I don't think they're locked in. Okay. Oh, it's not the table, it's just the enemies are not even showing up in the first place, right? Like, this guard is a different enemy. This guard wasn't here before. Like, on previous attempts, we didn't have this guard. Once we kill these guards, do we save? Like, it's not a lot of progress. Okay, they're now coming in. So this is probably going to be the point where we die horribly. I'm very concerned every time we get a new person added. Okay. Please. It's so rough. It's so rough. It's so rough. We might be in trouble here. How long has it been now? Yeah, we are not as close as I would like. We're going to need to change things up. We maybe do need to go closer to the middle, but I don't think it's going to matter. Well, bear in mind, we do have the ability to save once we feel like we've gotten the one set cleared. The key thing here is going to be, once we've got the enemies that are free roaming dealt with, we're actually in okay shape. The free roaming enemies need to be cleared. And then once the free roaming enemies are cleared, everybody else is just in a static position. And we can save the game and figure out how to deal with them each on their own terms. Like, each of those packs we can pull on their own terms. And we can basically just concoct a setup that works, hopefully, for all of them, right? If I can clear out just the enemies that are mobile, we can go to the entrance and save a shit ton of times, actually. So, but the issue really just comes down to how inconsistent this table is. Do we have a better? I don't know that we have a better opportunity than this table, though, is the issue. I don't know that we have a better thing to do than use this table. Is it because I'm facing them? No, right?
Can someone heal me?
I've moved a little bit away from the table. And that resulted in 2 of them leaking. What if I stand here but move a little tiny bit back? Because it's okay for them to be meandering back and forth a little bit. I prefer for them to be locked in. But... they are very inconsistent. We're going to try a slightly different setup here. At some point, these people are going to meander toward me. If I'm a little bit away from the table, I can clear the enemies on the other side of the table without locking them in at all. If there's a small group of them, they won't go completely crazy on me, I don't think. So the hope is that none of them figure out they can just walk over there. Right? But, which wasn't consistently happening previous time. I wonder what's going on here. The fireplace is unfortunately not going to do what I need. I can't get inside of it, and I can't push the enemies into it either. It would be nice if I could go over there and just stand on top of that, but that if this works, if standing slightly away from the table right here is consistent and they don't leak, that's going to be so embarrassing for me after... Do you know how many people have told me to just stand at the center of the table? And I'm like, no, it doesn't work. No. The center of the table isn't going to work. We have to do this other thing. If this works, on the first fucking attempt. It's all good. We're at 12.9%. This is one of our highest clearances so far. Come on, buddy. Eventually, yeah. In theory. Okay, you rotated fully around the table. See, this is what I'm saying. The table is... You can't go to the center of the table because it's inconsistent. Because it's the cope. I think this is a better strategy. This is more consistent than the other strategy was. I'm actually going to turn on double speed. They're going to rotate around the table. See? Double speed makes them do different things. It definitely wouldn't have rotated around the table if not for, the double speed. The double speed killed me. Double speed killed me. It definitely wasn't the fundamental strategy involves a degree of risk. Nothing like that. Okay, double speed. Wait for the enemies to show up. Or are they trapped in you? Did you actually get locked in this time? No, of course not. Could you please? In your own time? I take that back. In my time, please? Rude? Oh, are you actually locked in over there? Oh, you might actually be locked in. I'm gonna have to approach in order to unlock them, I think. Okay, we got them unlocked. If we can clear this dungeon, it's gonna be so clutch. If we clear this dungeon, I think this is the hardest part of the dungeon. I don't think so. I think that it's the inconsistencies are just that, like, the behavior of the enemies is not super consistent, right? Just in general. Enemy behavior is a very weird and finicky thing outside of Might and Magic 6. Starting with 7, they start behaving in very bizarre ways. Rather than, like, the very formulaic movement that they have in 6. In 6, they move very, like, rigidly. Right? They have, like, a very specific thing they're doing. That's rough that you killed me across the table. And so they definitely don't behave, like, organically in 6, and I think the attempts to make them move organically have led to them moving organically, right? They don't do what you'd expect them to do. They behave weirdly and erratically. So now, do they act intelligently? Absolutely not, but they do behave erratically, and that's the primary thing that you expect from a thing. I saw a very, sad but also kind of funny video recently when they were talking about there was some like there was some I don't know who these two people are. They seem like they're, as far as I can tell, they're like finance people who are like pretending that one of them is conservative and one of them is liberal to like have like performative debate over something. It would be my assumption. But the video I saw of them had like nothing about that other than like a couple of references to that being their dynamic throughout the conversation. And the two of them were talking about the export tariffs that Trump just imposed that are just like explicitly like incredibly illegal, ignoring the fact that like the president can't make tariffs, or sorry, can't like make taxes, but like the ignoring that component, it was also like the Constitution specifically says that you can't make export tariffs. It's like a specific thing that is explicitly written into like, I don't think it's even an amendment, it's just in the Constitution. It's like the first, it's like the Articles of Confederation, like, yeah, oh, by the way, no, you can't make a tax on exports. Because we just fought a whole war over that, if you'll recall. Anyway, so but it was interesting watching the two of them because they were like clearly trying to maintain like the illusion of like, oh yeah, everything is fine and normal, but they were obviously both incredibly rattled and shaken in a way that like human rights violations and things like that don't shake them, but like, oh wait, like the White House is just like blackmailing companies to pay protection money. Like in a really explicitly illegal way. Like they're going outside of what their legal purview is to do it in a really explicit way. And it was just interesting seeing these people who are like fundamentally not interested in the way that the world actually works deal with like the one aspect of the world that they have a full, like, complete grounding on. They're like, okay, well, whatever crazy shit this guy gets up to, he's fundamentally a corporate guy. He's not going to fuck with, like, the basic underpinnings of the United States economy, and then done. It's like, oh, wait, no, yes, he will. And the reason that I bring that up is that people associate, like, heavy amounts of, like, legalism and just, like, making things illegal and, over-regulating things with the left. But that's not the truth, right? Like, the right is the one that wants to regulate your bedroom, right? The right is the group that is authoritarian in its nature, right? So they will always be doing things that benefit their consolidation of power over the public good. And a great way to do that is with regulation, right? Like, a lot of, like, city ordinances and regulations that people hate so much are created by capitalists in order to protect their monopolies, right? They're not made by... Like, a lot of environmental laws that are crazy aren't meant to be environmental laws. They're meant to protect the profit of a specific person in the city who paid a lot of money to the mayor to make sure that it happened. The mayor is the wrong person. It would be like the city council or whatever, whoever it is that makes the laws. But the it's an important thing to remember. Like, the USSR was very obviously not communist from the get-go, and pretending that it is something that is a core component to misunderstanding the moment that we are in right now. Because Donald Trump has a lot more in common with Joseph Stalin than Bernie Sanders does. And not understanding that, not recognizing that fascism wears the mask of communism in the modern world, not even the postmodern world where we live now, but like the modern world, like the Nazis called themselves socialists because socialists were popular. They didn't call themselves socialists because they were socialists. They were lying because they're liars, because fascists always lie. Stalin called himself a communist because it gave him power, right? That's why they claim these things. And some of the people who do terrible things actually believe they are what they say they believe they are. But it doesn't matter whether they believe it, it matters whether it's true. And an authoritarian is not a leftist. This fundamentally, you can't be both. You can do some authoritarian things and still be fundamentally a leftist if you're doing those things with the intention of taking power away from a group of people that already has a lot of power and then redistributing it out, right? And maybe you get assassinated before you do that second part, right? But you had intended to, so you could say that, like, ideologically there's a way for that to happen. But generally speaking, someone who consolidates power is an authoritarian. And authoritarians are not leftists. Because that's not... The left is about the dispersal of power out from the center of mass, right? It is about taking power from the powerful and distributing it to everybody else. And anyone who takes power from everybody and says, okay, we don't need workers' unions, right? Like, oh, we don't need multiple political parties. We don't need, like, multiple types of representatives in our government. It makes sense to make those illegal because there's only one working class, which is a lie. So why would we need more than one party to represent them? Which is just insane. Like that's even if there was only one working class, which I don't think is a reasonable claim in most places on Earth. The idea that you only need one party to represent one group of constituents is crazy. That's not what that means. That's not what political parties are for. That's an argument that you'll commonly see from like tankies online. And I think it is important that people understand this shit because like we're going through like some crazy shit right now, right? Like the laws that are being passed right now that are like censorship laws of the internet, like worldwide, like the EU is going back to saying that they are gonna like spy on people's WhatsApp messages, I believe, right? Like they're going back to that. Right, the UK has done some insane doxing law where it's like, okay, well, if you're going to ever consume any adult content online, you first need to dox yourself to the UK government and the website that you're on. Right, you need to feed your information into data harvesting companies in order to be able to do this thing. And the reason the government's doing that is because it makes people money. That's the reason. That's the reason that those kinds of laws are being implemented. But there's also just like a bunch of weird, scary shit going on. Like I don't know what the situation with PayPal and Steam is right now. Like that's kind of nuts. I've been having issues with payment on Steam for months now. And finding out that Steam has some weird thing going on with PayPal that's just like, oh, PayPal as a payment processor is just like declining access and has been for like a month. And it hasn't said anything about why or what's happening. And Steam released a statement, but PayPal hasn't? That's crazy. Right? The world that we're moving into is one where, like, I could broadly disappear from the internet tomorrow. Like, I could just be blocked from every single one of these platforms randomly because of, like, the platform just deciding that they're going to only allow whitelisted countries, and Singapore is too small to be on the whitelisted country, so I just disappear. Right? That could just happen tomorrow. With the kinds of weird shit that's going on that's so huge, right? Like it's very hard to feel like the global political takeover by the fascists is not directly personally relevant and professionally relevant. Right? Like, it's easy to go, oh, well, this is politics, we don't need to think about it. It's like, man, I need to think about it every day. Every day now, when I see that Steam has again declined my payment, and then I have to, like, restart the payment process, and it works the second time, at a certain point, I'm not going to be able to buy games on Steam, maybe. Because that's the truth for, like, a huge portion of humanity right now, is they just can't buy stuff on Steam because they don't have a credit card that works for Steam. And PayPal's just randomly decided they didn't want to work anymore. Like, massive components of our infrastructure, core infrastructure, is being, like, undermined directly under our feet. And it's important. It's important to know about this kind of stuff, right? Even ignoring the, you know, the horrifying human rights violations that are going on ignoring all the people who are suffering, right? Like, from a personal safety perspective, it's important that everyone knows about this shit so that they know what's happening when the internet just stops working. Which is where we're kind of on our way toward. Right? Like, we're on our way toward the internet just not working for huge portions of people and then having no idea why, because companies are just declining service and not telling people they're declining service. They're going radio silent on it. They're just doing weird shit, and it's like, why? We don't know. We don't know why it's being done. There's no clear comprehension of it. Like, people are saying that it's because of, like, something related to, like, the adult, like, the like adult games ban thing or whatever, but like we don't have any evidence that it's related to the other thing that also is tied to payment processors, because it's a different payment processor and it's Steam as an entire platform. It's not like oh, if you're buying adult games on Steam, it's if you're buying anything on Steam and you're outside of like a half dozen countries or a dozen countries, PayPal just won't accept your payment. Right? For no apparent reason. It's just unclear. So, I don't know if there's been an update since the last time I looked at it, but, like, that's, like, kind of a crazy world to live in, where, like, payment processors have the ability to just, like, block off access to, like, huge sections of, like, your day-to-day expenses and not even tell you that they're doing it. It's just crazy, right? It's like it's a really wild world that we live in, and I don't know. I don't know. That's, you know, those Master of the Sword might actually consistently leak. Because they're faster than everyone else, they might actually leak consistently because they make more, they get more distance. Because I think the Masters of the Sword have been more consistently leaking than the others. Can I get close enough that... Let's see if it did anything for me. I should have not reloaded there. The Champion of the Sword might have been low enough that I could kill it, but... Okay, I'm not quite at the edge of the table. So maybe in this position, we'll be safe. Like, I'm not flush with the table right now. Let's put it on double speed, see if anybody shows up. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, unfortunately I'm going to have to maneuver around a bit. They all got locked in there. Did you get unlocked? Can I make this work? I can hit them from down with them down there. Somebody's sitting here.
Can someone hear me?
Okay, we're going back in here. Okay. If we can get a setup that works out there, we can potentially kill this entire pack. Unfortunately, it does look like we have released them. I wonder if coming here is releasing them? I think it is. I think maybe coming here is... Oh, hello. I didn't see you. I didn't see you. Is dead. Okay, we have the potential to kill an initiate if it aggroes fully. But there's not much else that we have the potential to do that. Like, that's the only, like, sword variant that we're going to be able to do that to. I think that we can make this work. Unfortunately, there isn't a lot to talk about in terms of gameplay, so like we are on our grind set Just trying to... lock in a win here. Fuck.
Can someone heal me?
Fuck! I did. There were initiates in the sword on the other side. I got greedy. I should have explored the space more. Confirmed I was actually safe. So many misses. Okay. It's almost like I'm fighting enemies in plate armor that are incredibly high level. It's almost like that, but obviously that's not really what's happening. Oh shit.
Yes.
As I take my hand off the keyboard, you know, I'll just... So. It's been a rough week.
Got it.
I have family in DC, so the institution of martial law without actually calling it martial law that's going on right now over there is very scary. Doesn't the stun spell just do like the normal hit stun animation? Isn't that what it does? Like, is there a difference between stunning them and... I don't, the biggest problem comes in with several of them at once, more so than anything else. What would I be testing for with stun? Because I'm definitely not going to allow myself to use like a stun spell, like actually. Like that's not a thing that I would allow on a thing that I would save. I'd much rather burn the entire rest of the run to the ground than to abandon the fundamental melee principles of the run, right? Like that's the last restriction that I would drop. It's very funny to think that our Reichstag fire might be some asshole named Big Balls getting beaten up or something. I don't remember the details. The Reichstag fire guy is called Big Balls, right? right? Like that's his name. Do we know the guy's actual name, or is he only known pseudonymously by the name Big Balls? Because like everyone involved with the day-to-day, operations of the Trump administration wants to be anonymous. Yeah, the sword folks are really fast. They are very fast by default. Very high movement speed. Very spooky. Ooh. Let's see. I was thinking... Yeah, they were doing the same thing in LA, where they would just roll in force into completely unoccupied places. Because it's weird that the media isn't using his name. They're referring to him not as Big Balls. They're referring to... Is that his name's Big Balls, right? They're referring to him by pronoun, basically. They're like calling him a young, like whatchamacallit thing, right? Because they don't want to say Big Balls. They don't want to call him by the pseudonym he goes by, but they're also not calling him by his name, I don't think. So it's confusing to me. It makes me feel like he is only known pseudonymously. Is his name known because he's, that's been released, or has he just been doxxed? And he's working anonymously, but, he's been doxxed, so people know his name, and that's why the media isn't using his name, is because the only way that people know it is because he's been doxxed. Because it's very weird to me. Now, admittedly, I've only seen, a couple of little tiny snippets of people discussing it, because I don't even really know what... the details of what happened. It was a carjacking or something? I don't even know.
Yes.
My life is sad. I don't know what we're gonna do about the Castle Griffinheart situation. The table being a class traitor is really hurting us here. The table is really... Gotcha. It is very funny that a movement that was so, to bring it back to the, hypocrisy arguments never actually work thing. The movement that was completely and 100% about, how masks were poisoning and killing you, and anyone who wears a mask is a coward and a sheep and also is going to die. That is the group that is now oh yeah, no, it makes perfect sense for all of our, federal officers to wear masks at all time to hide their shame because they know that they're going to be brought up in fucking Nuremberg trials in 20 years.
I've never seen that.
Everyone who does any work with this administration is could I please do it pseudonymously? And I mean actual work. I'm not talking about the faces of the operation. I'm talking about the people who actually are throwing people in the cages, not the people who make the decision that they need to be thrown in the cages. We're in a really wild place. Yeah, there's not really any meaningful pushback, so the Democratic Party has demonstrated that they're, I would say, not necessarily as useless as the Labour Party, but they're it's not fair to compare the Democrats to the fucking Labour Party. The Labour Party are active collaborators. Actually, so are the Democrats. You know what? Never mind. It is actually directly appropriate to refer to them in the same language that you use for the fucking Labour Party. I can't believe the Labour Party is being outflanked by the Fascist Party on fucking trans issues. That is so wild to me. It's so wild to me that the Labour Party is getting outflanked by fucking Jeremy Corbyn. The far-right ethno-nationalists are like, hey man, we need more data before we can, start fucking around with how our prison system operates. God. The world that we live in is so crazy. Like, how can someone not hyperfixate on what's going on in the world when it's so out of control? It's so crazy. Like, if not for the abject, misery that's going to be entailed from the shit that they're doing, it's ludicrous enough that it's like farce, right? Like, it is a farce. The whole world is like, the whole world makes so little sense now that, like, even like the political, if you were fairly savvy about how things were going, and you were fairly savvy about, the rise of the far right, of this, that, and the other thing, corporate capture corporate regulatory capture, things like that. If you're familiar with all of that, it's still completely incoherent what the hell's been happening in the last month. The last month is baffling. It's just baffling. Like, the protection money for being paid by NVIDIA, which is, again, it's just protection money, right? Like, there's no other way to describe it. It's just a shakedown, right? There's nothing there other than a shakedown of a specific fucking corporation. And so you have, the shakedown of NVIDIA, you have, the fucking Labour Party just going fucking crazy with their, what if we just did a surveillance state, but we had fucking private corporations run the whole thing? The dynamic of, what's happening. Now, you could, if you've been paying attention to UK politics for the last several years, you wouldn't put anything past the Labour Party. The Labour Party is, fucking crazy. They're incoherently evil, right? The way that they behave is just, what... This isn't even, in your political interests. What the fuck are you even doing, right? They're taking so many L's by going, by skewing hard right, on issues for, no, anyway, it's crazy. So it's not as shocking that the UK Labour Party is doing what they're doing, because it's the Labour Party and they've been so bad they've been so consistently bad on to such a large degree for such a long time, right? That, so it makes sense, right? For years and years and years they've been going fucking crazy.
I don't know it.
But this stuff with the payment processors and it's all over the place, man. It's not like one thing is happening. Could we calm down and have a crisis, a martial law crisis in the capital of the United States, a constitutional crisis of what is the purpose of our military and shit like that? Could we have that happen on its own and not also have all this weird shit going on with payment processors, which there's multiple things that may or may not be related, with the payment processors. It's unclear whether the payment processor issues are related or not. They're clearly related chronologically in the sense that like they're both existing in the same moment of chaos, right? But like it's unknown whether it's directly related or it's just a coincidence based off of the fact that like now is the time that everyone's going fucking Joker mode. Like all the corporations and all the governments are going Joker mode right now. And it's just wild. It's just wild. You know, like a few years ago, when I started becoming more aware of politics and more became more like started to actually like educate myself on like what the hell does all this shit mean, right? When I started doing that a few years ago, I never imagined that it would be this directly relevant to my life, right? Like there's a bunch of shit that's technically relevant to my life, like understanding enshittification and planned obsolescence is something that like you don't really need to be particularly politically like minded to have some understanding of, right? You just have to understand that, you know, corporations aren't your friends to understand that. And that's not complex analysis. That's pretty baseline. But like you don't have to be a leftist to know that corporations aren't your friends.
Can someone hear me?
Are you hitting me? Yes. Okay, I just wanted to check this table quick. But like nowadays it's like, man, if I didn't know anything about politics, like if I didn't understand like any of the underlying shit that was going on, like what the fuck would be going through my head right now? Like I'd be scrambling to try to figure out like really basic shit. Like not because like a few years ago I didn't have any sources of information that I could trust to give me an accurate, not analysis, but just like to present the facts of the matter. And because like I had no knowledge of that, right? Like I wasn't in the position that a lot of like people who end up going far right are in, which is like, oh, I don't trust any of the sources that I listen to, therefore, and everybody's saying a different thing, and so facts aren't real. There is no underlying reality behind all of the bullshit that everyone is spewing from every angle. There is no underlying reality. It's all just fucking like vibes, and like that's not true, right? But that's what a lot of people fall into because everybody's fucking lying to you, right? But there are like underlying facts of the matter, and the underlying facts of the matter are not some weird JQ shit. That's not what it is. It's no matter how hard the military-industrial complex wants you to fucking blame Jews for what they're doing, it's not Jewish people. That's not the problem. It's not international bankers, even when it's objectively international bankers. The payment processor thing is international bankers, okay? Let's be clear. But it's actually international bankers. It's not international bankers as a like way of disguising what you really mean, which, yes, that is a code word for Jewish people. Look, I know all the anti-Semitic fucking dog whistles. I don't know all of them. I know a few of them. I know some of the anti-Semitic dog whistles at this point. But I can't imagine being Jewish in like 30 or 40 years. It's going to be so rough. Like Okay, the cynic in me wants to say that being a Jewish person in 30 or 40 years is going to be like being a Muslim is today, okay? The cynic in me does want to say that. However, that's not fair. I'm speaking from an American perspective, and Americans are way less anti-Semitic than Europeans are, so... like, I do not know their struggle over in Europe. But like there's like the entire power systems of the world are currently conspiring to make people believe that Jews control the world. Like the project of American imperialism right now is using like Jewish people as a scapegoat for the actions fundamentally of the military-industrial complex of the United States of America. And that is going to have long-lasting problems. There's going to be consequences to that, because it's... People don't have the political savvy to go, okay, well, yeah, but, you know, all of these people are acting like they're subservient to Israel, but they're not actually. Israel is subservient to them. That's the amount of political savvy you need for that to not just sound insane with the way that, like, US politicians are behaving now, and French politicians, and German politicians, and politicians all over the goddamn planet are behaving. It's very difficult. But then you go, oh, well, you know, if the issue was Jewish people controlling the world, then why is it that the German government is locking up so many Jewish people for protesting a genocide, right? Why is that happening? It's like, oh, because it isn't about the Jewish people, it's about the genocide for genocide's sake. They're doing it for the lulz. They're not doing it for the lulz. They're doing it because there's a huge amount of real, actual money, not like investor bullshit money, that is tied up in the military interests of the United States. The United States always has to have some war going on so that its weapons can be used somewhere. That's a thing that has to happen. If there wasn't, you know, if there wasn't a war in the Middle East, America would have to make one. And they do. Repeatedly. They do repeatedly. Anyway, point being, the world these days is fucking crazy, and I have no idea how it would be possible to navigate it without, like, getting invested in politics. Because it's like, this shit's affecting us every day now. Like, every day there's some new catastrophic, like, infrastructural problem with the internet tied to some fascist government doing some fascist shit, right? Like, and yeah, I'd be willing to call the Labour Party fascist. Like, actually, I would be. Like, they're so bad now. Like, they're so crazy. Like, they've taken such a hard right turn out of nowhere. Like, ever since they bucked Corbyn, they've just been. Is it Corbyn or is it the other guy? I don't remember what his name is. Is Corbyn the guy that they, you know, that they got rid of because he wasn't sufficiently Zionist or something? Or was he not sufficiently Zionist? They just, like, threw it out as an excuse and kicked him out. I don't even know. I don't remember the details. But, like, I think they might have just made it up. Weirdly. But, at any rate, the world situation is just so fucking crazy right now. Like, Singapore government's just keeping their head down. They're not doing shit, as far as I know. I'm not a... The thing that's funny is that, like, in terms of, like, you know... like, governments that you might expect to do some wacky shit. Like, if you believe the way that Westerners talk about Singapore, right? As, like, this country of, like, oh, well, they've got, like, a pseudo-democracy and, you know, it's really, like, you know, a tyranny or whatever, right? Like, you know, the dark underbelly of Singapore. If you actually believe the shit that, like, Westerners say, which, look, I'm not averse to the idea entirely, right? You, like, there are certain, like, controls that are like, oh, this is concerning. Well, I hope you aren't abusing this, right? Like, so I'm not like antagonistic to the idea on its face, except for the fact that it just keeps not being true. Like, that's the issue, is that it just keeps not like being representative of the reality on the ground. So, but like, if you were to listen to that, you'd think, oh, okay, well, Singapore is going to do some crazy far right turn and just go ham with it. But like, I think Singapore's just straight chilling, right? Like, I think Singapore is like as anti-LGBT as they were 30 years ago, right? Whereas like countries like the UK and America are just going full genocide mode with it. They're just like, okay, well, it's illegal to be trans in public spaces. Right? Like, it's just illegal to exist in public spaces as this kind of a person, right? That's just genocide. Right? That's what it is. On a fundamental level. So, that... but like, Singapore has not gone more far right in terms of that stuff, to my knowledge. Certainly no one's talked to me about it, and I'm the person that is constantly talking about this shit, so like, they would be talking to me about it. And they would know about it because it directly impacts them, because I have so many queer friends. So, like, the... But yeah, so like, you'd think Singapore would be going crazy, but it's not. But it's like the entire rest of the world is, so it affects me anyway, you know what I mean? You know, Singapore isn't having a huge impact on the way that, like, global internet, you know, shit works.
I've never seen one before.
I shouldn't have gone after that one. I should have gone after you. Okay, this is just gonna kill me. This I think is stronger than Master of the Sword. I think the guards are stronger than Masters of the Sword. They're like, they're visually similar to champions, but I think they're mechanically the strongest enemies in the zone. That's pretty cool. I don't know what we're gonna do. We're gonna basically give it our all today. We're gonna try our best to make this table work. I feel like we've pretty thoroughly explored the rest of the options that we have. Like, honestly, we haven't explored them all in this thing. Like, we haven't explored the little gap thing very well on this run, but we explored it pretty thoroughly with the casters, I feel. Like, I feel like the caster run, we did a pretty solid investigation into that. So, yeah, I would like to make this work rather than... rather than change the rules, if it's possible. And I think it might be. We'll see. I should potentially... Oh, you're definitely I was trying to do some, like, weird shenanigans there just to see if we can make something happen. But I feel like a lot of like the I can't lure everyone else out and then run into the room with the archers. So that room I know won't work because the way that the corner is behaving, I know there's no way that we're going to be able to make it work. The way the corner behavior works, it will not give me an angle there. I'm almost 100% certain. Though this corner might, hypothetically. This corner is a little different. The enemies are doing weird shit in this. Maybe this corner is going to work. If we can just use this corner and don't need to use the bed, that would be so funny. If all we need to do is clear to this corner. I don't think so. My guess is that this is going to be lethal right here. Okay. Yeah, they're you can see that they're rotating in, so this is almost certainly not going to work. The one advantage is that they do seem, after they do their initial attack from out of line of sight, there's almost no way that I can make this work. Because they're attacking me from a position where I can't see them. And then they're retreating away, so they're not staying put. We might be able to make something happen there, but I'm not expecting to make anything. If I could close this door... Did we check this door? I don't know that we checked this door. I don't think it's gonna close, but I don't think we checked it. It would be very funny if the answer was just to go back to that other place. To go to this room. So you're hitting me from there now. Shit. Oh, shit. I didn't need to move, I just need to... I was getting hit by the conscript. I was like, how did that initiate just not kill me? And I was like, oh, it wasn't the initiate, it was a conscript. You know, on lighter news, I have something I can talk about other than the continual decline of humanity. I started playing a new game last night, which was very cool. I've been kind of like meandering through a bunch of games because honestly, I've been kind of depressed and just not. Like, I start playing a game and then immediately get disinterested in it as soon as I start digging into it. But I started playing a game with my wife last night that just was randomly, like, thrown at me by Steam. It was called The Root Trees Are Dead. And I've been really enjoying it so far. I was a little concerned about it. Because, like, the art on it, I was like, this might be AI art. I haven't confirmed whether it is or not yet. I would prefer to not find out that it is, but by which I mean I would prefer that it's not that I would prefer to just not be told. The gameplay has actually been really interesting and fun so far. It's been like, it makes sense that it would be up my alley, because I was worried it was maybe going to be like creepy, like, you know, white girls are missing. Let's do some like very disturbing like detective obsessionry with it, and it's not that. It's not anything. It's not like a true crime style thing, which is what I was a little concerned it would be. Instead, it's this game where you're hired by a person who's definitely not shady, definitely on the up and up, 100%. I haven't played through much of the game, but definitely upon my first interaction with them, they're totally legit and normal and not a weirdo and not like a psychopath who's planning on killing the entire family or anything. Look, okay, I don't know who this person is. I don't think they even identify themselves, if I'm being perfectly honest. Like, they're not. I don't think they're even like, oh yeah, I'm like a, you know, God, what's the word? It's not litigator. The British use a different term than the Americans use for this legal profession. She doesn't come off as like a lawyer. Just do like Jeopardy style to get myself to the word I'm looking for. But like anyway, so it's basically like digging through like internet archives in the game. Like it's not a real internet archive. It takes place in like '98. You're not using Google. You're using some God, what were I'm trying to think of like some of the like incredibly silly. A lot of them were crawler, right? Like there were like a lot of worms and like. Anyway, I don't remember. Was Metacrawler? I don't remember all of the things I used to use as a kid to navigate the internet. But so you're using like a search engine and then you like search up key terms and stuff like that, and you're just filling out the genealogy of this entire family, and it just involves like doing a bunch of like reading of like all of this stuff, and it's just like a very fun detective game where it's like, okay, my goal here is basically just to figure out like, okay, the weirdo like who originally ran the family has some weird inheritance thing, which I don't actually believe that this is even the case. I think that the person that we're getting this information for is sus. I don't believe her. So, but it's like, oh yeah, this is some inheritance thing, so we need to figure out who all the specifically blood relatives of this guy are, and that'll help us figure out the inheritance. And it's like, well, shouldn't this information already be collated then? Because like we've had multiple generations since this guy. Like, what are you talking about? Anyway, the whole thing is very sus, but it's been fun just like digging through things, and like you have to find like a picture and the name and the occupation to fill out like a like family tree. So you have the family tree, and it's just got all these slots for people. So like you start out being given like the 3 like girls at the start, right? That are in the thing. You're given those 3 to start with, and then you can see after you finish the tutorial, you can see like the whole family genealogy as it relates to them. So it's like you have to like identify, okay, what is the name, occupation, and a picture of their parents, right? Like, or specifically of the parent that is related to the person. The spouses are, you just need their name. You just need the names of the spouses. You don't need anything else from them. So, but I think you can get pictures of the spouses, right? I think you can get pictures of the spouses. But you don't need them. Anyway, it's a whole thing. It's a cute and fun game so far. I've been enjoying it. So, you know, there is hope in this world. I believe that. I believe there's hope in this world. You know, things get bad, things get good. You can't explain that. I don't know why that particular line is so funny to me. But it just is. It just is very funny to me. There was some like climate denier guy that, yeah, exactly, tide comes in, tide goes out. You can't explain that. It's like, no, that's actually very well understood science. Well, that's a thing that we can explain very easily. Would you like me to explain it to you? Like, this is real easy, actually. Are you sure your second grade teacher didn't explain it to you? Cause, and then you have like the geologists coming in with, what? We understand the tides now? It's like, I'm trying to remember. There's some XKCD comic where like I unfortunately I don't remember what the topic of discussion was. Oh, I think it was evolution. I think it was biology. So I think it was like, blah blah blah. We understand biology, or we understand like, this thing, and then you have like the scientist like looking up at their TV, going, "Wait, we understand this now?" And it's like, on the colloquial level that you're talking about, like, if you're talking about like, oh, do we understand that this is a phenomenon that exists and the basics of how it works? Sure. Oh, it might be gravity. It might have been gravity, actually. Wait, we understand gravity? Since when? Have we forgotten about dark energy? Did we finally solve dark energy? Holy shit! I think they call dark matter dark energy now, right? Because it's not really matter. It's just like a thing that, it's like a decimal point that's in the wrong spot in certain specific calculations that you do, where it's like, okay, well, it looks like there's a bunch of extra mass if you look at this specific calculation. I believe that's what it is. But they don't like calling it dark matter anymore because it implies that we understand it and that it is a type of matter, as opposed to it being a question mark in the equation, right? Like, we know how to solve the equation with dark matter, but we don't know what dark matter is, right? Like, we don't actually know, we don't have an explanation for it. Are they different? What do they call dark matter now? Because they don't call it dark matter anymore. I'm pretty sure they don't call dark matter anymore. And if I Google it, I'm gonna get a bunch of quacks. I'm not gonna get like an actual physicist. I have so little faith in Google. I just need to type in Reddit. This'll solve the problem. Dark matter Reddit. That'll do it. Dark matter. Let's see. Blah, blah, blah. Let's see. Okay, what is... Oh, dark energy is the thing that's the accelerating effect on the universe. And dark matter... So there's two separate hypothetical things that we don't really... They're not even hypothetical. It's not even hypothetical. Like, dark matter and dark energy are... I don't think either of them are like a hypothetical... so much as they're like, because a hypothetical implies that you have a hypothesis, that you have an explanation, and I don't think we have an explanation for either, right? Like, I don't think either phenomenon has, Yes. So they're basically two question marks in basically they're question marks in two different equations. I feel like they started calling dark matter something else. I'll have to rewatch all those physicist videos that I watched. There's a physicist that I periodically watch to pretend that I have any understanding of what the hell is going on. What was that? And I'm trying to remember her name, and I think it's Dr. Collier, but I don't remember her first name. And that might not be her surname either. I know she's a doctor, okay? I know that much.
I require assistance. Oh,
I know she has a doctorate in physics. That's all I remember, okay? I'm feeling Angela or Amanda, but I know they're both incorrect. I think it might start with an A. Anyway, it's not really that important. Like what random, like, YouTuber I've watched the content of. She's made some interesting videos. Like there was a video that I saw of hers that, like, had a fun explanation for why physicists are the way that they are. I mean, it wasn't supposed to be that, but it really did explain so much about physicists, okay? Like, the like, reputation that physicists have for the, like, well, if we assume that a cow is a perfect, like, fucking sphere of meat, of, like, if we assume that a cow is a perfect sphere of, you know, blah, 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 like, that dynamic, you can see why the physicists are like that, because it works in physics. And the thing she was describing was basically like, oh, the reason that this particle is used in physics so much is because it's kind of like pure hydrogen, but it's cheaper. Yes, frictionless spheres in a vacuum, exactly. That's what a cow is. And I think it was basically like, oh, why do they always use, like, I don't remember what it was, like rubidium or something. It was some element that I haven't really heard of. But, like, why is that used in so many experiments? And the reason is because if you ignore all of the other electrons, it just has one, like hydrogen. If you ignore every electron in it except the one, it's just like hydrogen. And I'm not joking. That is the explanation. That is the explanation for why it's used. Because the thing is that there's a really easy calculation you can do to convert between, like, the 73 electrons or whatever bullshit it had. I don't remember if it was electrons. It might have been something else. I think it was electrons, though. Like, there's an easy calculation to convert between the number of electrons that it has and the number of electrons that hydrogen has. That's just easy math. So you can basically just do that math. And the thing that's aggravating about it is it's like, that's crazy. You can't treat something this heavy as if it was this thing that's light, but then just do, like, a really easy math problem and it fixes the fact that you're dealing with a completely different thing. The problem is in physics you can do that, and it works. And it works very consistently, and it's been proven that it works. And so it's like, ah, yes. So this is why everyone gets annoyed with physicists, is because they have such a world that just works the way that the math would imply that it works if you wanted it to be convenient. And I think that that's delightful. Anyway, it explains the reason that physicists are the way that they are. And that wasn't the point of the video, but it's what I took away from the video, is like, oh, the reason that they have this reputation is that if you tried to pull that shit in biology, it wouldn't work. If you tried to pull that bullshit in anything other than, like, physics, it's too much. Like, you tried to pull that shit in chemistry? Ha! No. Like, it's like too... Which, I guess, to a degree, you're kind of doing chemistry at that point, honestly, if you're talking about atomic structure. But where chemistry and physics begin and end is a question for the ages, not a question for me. I don't make the rules. I just make them. Let's see if we could get. I don't know what we're gonna do here. We keep getting fairly far and then beefing it, unfortunately. I think it is ammo. I don't know. I think that's what it is, though. Anyway, she makes a lot of really good videos. That are like, they're mostly above my pay grade. Like, I watch a lot of her videos and I'm like, okay, like, I actually don't have the education for this. This is like a video for someone who's like a physics student. This is not for me, right? This is not, and I understand that when I go into it. It's important to know like the limits of like what you're going to comprehend when you're watching a video. And knowing like, okay, this is for physics students. She's gonna say a lot of shit that I do not understand, but I think it's useful to listen to people who know what they're talking about a thing. Even if you don't understand what they're saying, you can get some information as long as you don't think that you're getting too much information. Because if you think you're picking up everything, if you think you're just like taking a few notes and looking up a few terms and you're gonna understand what like a physics professor is saying when they're talking about like master's level, you know, questions, like, you're not, and you're going to confuse yourself because you're going to learn the wrong information, right? Like, you're not going to learn the thing that they're saying. You're going to learn something else because you're misinforming yourself by trying to understand something above your pay grade, right? Which is definitely not what's happening with the rubidium thing, okay? The correct answer to what that video is about is it's about why physicists are the way that they are. That's just true. That is simply accurate. Yeah, let's see, what other things have I been up to? I've been on a like a roguelike arc for a while. Just doing random like strategy roguelikes. I was doing The King is Watching, I think is what it's called. It's like Eldritch Horror Monarch is doing shenanigans. And that was enjoyable for a while, but I don't really get the progression system, so I don't know how long I'm going to last on that one. But I've just been kind of meandering around to various things like that, hoping to settle on something of interest. Now, the thing that stuck the most... Definitely gonna die here, but... Fuck! That's rude. That's rude. You could have at least let me live through this so that we could do a test here, you know? Because I don't think that there's a chance this works. We could try it, but I feel like we already tried it, right? And we established that it wasn't going to work. I'd have to reset everything to meaningfully try that again. I am beginning to think that either we need to get a sweet spot where some of them are attacking us from over here and some aren't. How cool would it be if we could... Whoa! Maybe I shouldn't have moved there. Maybe we had that. Because I heard the attack animations, and that kind of a corner shouldn't usually block line of sight, but occasionally it does. You occasionally get a line of sight block from a corner like that. It's just not common. I'm hoping that game ends up being good. If it's not good, then that'll be sad. But the beginning of it is pretty fun, because you're just like digging through like the internet to try to identify people, and like it's about like search terms and stuff like that, like effective like effective like research and stuff like that. And it's fun seeing like the way that, like, because you start out the game with like just a list of names with no like way of knowing who those people are, and it's fun having like okay, we're looking for this person, and then this person is like named this thing, right? And like you have a list of names, so it's like, okay, well, how many people named this are on the list? And it's like there's like 3 or 4 of them, and it's like, okay, do we know which one this one is? And yeah, we played it for about an hour last night, and it was pretty fun. Picking up what you're putting down, just keep picking up and putting down the specific stuff that you're doing. Don't move in either direction any more than you already are. Or just do that. Okay? You know what? Or just do that. That's actually fine. What you just did there, that was fine. That was chill. Don't do anything too crazy. Let's not get crazy with it. I feel like we probably have roughly like 40% of the map in just like one pack over there. I could be wrong. The thing is that the next time we get out there, maybe we should try to get to the entrance and see if we can just get to the entrance and get in the green. I don't think we can, but we have had several attempts where we've gotten over there, and I feel like getting all the way to the entrance... Let's see. Yeah, there isn't a cow level. I mean, every level on some level is the cow level because, you know, we bring the cows. Were you wondering what the cow thing was about? We were talking about physicists. Because, like, physicists will be like, oh yeah, a cow is a frictionless sphere in a vacuum. That's the definition of a cow. Okay. In a just world, every level is the cow level. Okay, we're at a very high level of clearance. You're not able to hit me from there. If you move slightly, you might be able to hit me from there. You're not moving. You're walking in on this location and not moving no matter what the hell happens. Except for the fact that at some point we need to move because there's no enemies coming to us right now. Man, I wish I had fucking Wizard Eye. You know, wouldn't that be convenient to be able to see where the enemies are? I'm wondering what clearance level I should actually save at. Do we want to make a tertiary save here with 20% clearance? And make the assumption that we'll be able to... Let's see. You think the frictionless plane thing is a non-physicist thing? Oh no. Oh no. That's definitely it's a stereotype about physicists. It's not like I don't know that it's like an actual. Okay, we're making this extra melee. Okay, we're saving an extra file. There's a shit ton of enemies in that exact corner. I love when they do this. This makes me happy. This is a good position for you to be in. Okay. Fuck. I wasn't paying enough attention, but it's fine. We already saved. We already saved. We've got extra melee. Because, like, if we were on casters, we could unlock these without needing to move around a lot. Hey, later, Celestial. I should be specific. The thing with the physicists is that when the jokes about like cows and things like that is generally physicists when they're talking about other fields, right? Is like, oh well, why are you having this problem with like this, you know, really basic like, you know, thing? What if you just assume that a cow is a very simple thing and then solve the very simple problem? Why are you doing a hard problem? And the reason that they're like that is because in physics, converting difficult problems into easy problems is good physics. Like, that's a thing that you do, and it works, right? Like, the goal is to do that. And to a degree, in all scientific disciplines, like, part of the challenge is finding a problem that can be solved easily, right? Or at least relatively easily. It's a problem that you have the capacity to deal with. But, like, the issue is that, like, you can turn really complicated shit into really simple shit in physics. That's why physics is so advanced. And with other sciences, you just can't do that because the nuance matters. Like, the specific details matter on a level that they just don't with other science. Or, sorry, on a level they don't with physics, where it's like physics is like precise in a very specific way, but it's also like, you know, it's very mathy. It's clean. Physics is mostly clean. Because all the messy stuff they kicked out of physics, right? Because what is chemistry if not a specific application of physics? What is anything if not a specific application of physics, right? Going back to the XKCD, you know, purity of the sciences and things, right? And the... to a degree, physics has been like isolated to the simplest problems that you don't need to dedicate your entire lifetime to understanding this one type of problem. Yeah, reducing a problem to a specific scenario. And the thing that I would say is that because all sciences are fundamentally physics, the way that you get new like scientific studies, like fields, is by having a class of problem that's so complicated and hard to solve that the only way to solve these kinds of problems is to become an expert in these kinds of problems. And that's where you get a chemist, right? That's where you get a biologist. Though biology is not really... biology is not a subcategory of physics. Like, biochemistry, sure, but, like, the actual classification and taxonomy of creatures, that's not really, like, whoa! I shouldn't say creatures, I should say living things. And kind of non-living things. Viruses aren't alive, but they're in biology. We got it! We got the Master of the Sword! If we had died to that soldier attacking us through the table, that would have been so funny. Would have been so funny. But yeah, so my thinking with, like, the physics thing is it's like, the physics problems are the problems that didn't require creating a specific sub-discipline that we teach people exclusively about this one type of problem. Very early on in, like, our scientific development, right? We are very close to finishing this pack. This pack is almost dead. If we clear this pack, I think we can... well, it didn't hit me. I think it... Did it cast a spell while it was in melee range at one point? Okay, we might be able to clear all of these. If these are locked in... Also, wait. Can I... I might be... If this attempt doesn't go the way that we want it to, we might restart. That one escaped. Damn. How locked into that corner are you all? I want to find out how locked in they are. We're reloading back to danger. We have a corner that I might be able to lock you on.
Get back! Get back!
Can I lock you in this corner?
Get back! Get back!
Okay. You locked in there.
Get back!
You didn't get locked in there. So how did they get locked in there? Were they just locked in because there's a bunch of them? But usually when they get into that kind of a lock, they don't have the moving animation.
Get back!
Let's see. Well, it depends on, because there are different equations for the different things. But like, physics didn't really split off early. Physics like splits off with like subatomic theory and like stuff like that. But like that's really recent, right? Like the that kind of stuff was within the last 150 years. Whereas like biology and chemistry kind of split off fairly early. Though okay, that was not working the way that I wanted it to work. I was hoping that I could just lock them in down here, and it doesn't seem like that's gonna work. With that being the case, man, that was really promising too. This isn't what was promised to me. Man, if I could clip through here, that would go so hard. I'd just die anyway, it doesn't matter, but if I could clip through there and get them to clip through there. Yeah. I mean, I would argue that medicine really only became a thing when we invented penicillin. Or not invented, when we found penicillin. Prior to finding penicillin, I don't know that I'd call that shit medicine, honestly. Because it's just... It's not any different than, like, the shit that people were doing, like, it's not any different than TCM. Except it was almost, like, more divorced from reality. Maybe not more. Right? Yeah, like, the kinds of shit that, like, 19th century physicians were doing, they were predominantly just killing people, right? Like, if what the Western world considered a doctor, right? What they considered a physician during that time period was like a butcher, right? Like, they were just a person that, like, hacked up bodies and, like, was like, ooh, this is super interesting, and this implies this about the blah 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 blah, the phlogiston and the blah blah blah, and like they had a bunch of nonsense shit that they would make up about it, right? But it was like it was all fan fiction in the same way that the stuff that came before it was, right? Like it's not like people didn't have the idea that, oh, if I do a thing, I can influence whether people survive. That was the thing. So until it starts being true, I don't consider it medicine. Right? Like, until it becomes true, it's not medicine. And I really feel like, to a large degree, like, early 1900s, so like early 20th century, is when they stop just killing people and start actually doing something useful. They had to be, like, dragged kicking and screaming into the concept of actually doing something useful. Can you imagine being someone who regularly, habitually deals with dead bodies that are just absolutely revolting and disgusting, and being insulted by the idea that maybe after dealing with a corpse, like, having your fists in a corpse, you shouldn't be delivering a child? Like, that's the level that those people were working on in, like, the late 1800s and I think early 1900s. So, like, and they were doing it just because they were insulted by the idea that their hands were dirty after they had just dirtied their hands. Oh, well, it's pish-posh, you know? The fact that, like, everyone on Earth, not everyone on Earth, but everyone in England knows you don't go to a doctor to deliver your child unless you want you and the child to die. That's, you know, that's crazy talk. They're just making it up, you know? There's no way the midwives are doing a better job than us. They're women. What do women know about childbirth? And today, I would say that very few women know very much about childbirth. But I would say that at the time, midwives specifically were the only experts in the world on childbirth, right? And everybody had midwives, I think. I think that midwives were just a thing that everyone kind of had. Up until we decided, oh, well, what if we got rid of them and replaced them with stodgy old men who don't wash their hands? And then eventually the stodgy old men were convinced that they should in fact wash their hands and grumpily accepted that, but we never went back to having midwives do it. Look, eventually, the stodgy old men got better at doing it than the midwives, but it was not through their own efforts, it was through the efforts of society at large. I am not a proponent of traditional medicine. I'm just a proponent of not pretending that medicine is one of the more, shall we say, scientifically valid fields of study. Medicine is a very unscientific field in so many ways. There's a lot of problems with doctors. Now, that's, to be clear, the problems with doctors are not the cool shit that work really well, like vaccines. Vaccines work great. Don't at me. Vaccines are great. I'm glad that we have them. That's not what I'm talking about. And this is the issue with the way that the modern world is that everyone's so goddamn conspiratorial about the stupidest bullshit that, like, you can't bring up, like, reasonable claims of, like, yeah, you know, the medical system is kind of like a fucking frat house, complete with, like, hazing rituals that they still do. Like, they still haze new doctors, right? They still do hazing rituals on doctors. But the hazing rituals are stuff like, okay, for your first, you know, several months, we're going to have you work, like, 80-hour weeks and shit like that. And that just kills people. They're doctors, right? So, like, there's a lot of problems with doctors. The problems with them are not the, like, good science that's been done by, let's be honest, not physicians. Physicians aren't the ones doing the science. It's it's the frat bro mentality that is derived from the same, one might say the same miasma or ether that created the people who were like, what are you talking about? My hands are incredibly clean. I don't need to fucking wash them between touching a cadaver and touching the interior of, a person's body. That's alive. That's just superstitious nonsense, right? That same thing. Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? You don't become a doctor because, you don't have a masochism complex, right? There's got to be something wrong with you to be willing to subject yourself to that. That's not true. Plenty of people become doctors because they want to actually help people, and it's a very legitimate reason to become a doctor. Doctors help people a lot. The issue is that doctors are just generally not very good at their jobs. The amount of fighting that you have to do, and part of it is because stuff is hard and expensive, and acknowledging the realities of situations is something that has to be tempered with if we tell people what actually needs to happen, they're just going to ignore us completely. So what if we gave them a version that will mitigate the problem slightly but is not actually good medical advice? It's just the best medical advice I can get away with, right? Stuff like that. But the issue is that every time you give bad medical advice that's the best that you can get away with, it undermines the profession. It undermines the respectability of the profession and the trustworthiness of the profession, right? A lot of that happened with COVID, where they're just pretended that once the vaccines hit, it's just everything's a go and we can just go back to normal. And it's vaccines, we didn't have any evidence prevented the spread of the disease, and then they acted like it did, and the reason they did was because politically it was unacceptable to give the option of, well, what if we fundamentally restructured our society to allow for all the people who obviously should have been working from home for the last 3 decades to start working from home, and to implement means by which we can do social distancing easily, and means by which we can do all this stuff. And this is all stuff that Singapore just did, right? There's a bunch of stuff that Singapore did that the rest of the world did not, because Singapore took the thing seriously when nobody else was. And then Singapore shat the bed under international pressure to open up, and got everyone infected all in a month, right? And they had a fucking Brit on to explain why it was incredibly important that we infect the entire population of Singapore with this bullshit. I can't believe they brought a Brit on to do it. I was I might get hate crimed because of what they're doing right now. I'm very scared. It wasn't a significant fear, but I did have a fear that if this goes as badly as I feel like it might not be great to be a white guy in this country, because they just basically blamed their decision to open up the country on this random white guy. And I'm a little concerned that we're going to have a mass death event, and it's going to be a problem. And we didn't have a mass death event, we had a mass infection event, and, it got pretty rough for a while there. But, hey, I did get lucky, and I did get my vaccine before things really went to shit. Because they opened the country back up before permanent residents, which is half the country, were allowed to have vaccines. So, basically half the country was completely vulnerable, and they opened the country back up. Bear in mind that Singapore had no cases. There were a couple of flare-ups in isolated, like, worker compounds in the middle of the pandemic. But for the most part, Singapore went completely untouched for basically the entire duration of the pandemic, up until they opened up the country. So it was a very like night and day difference where, you know, one moment you're, you know, completely safe. Outside, there were a couple of flare-ups that happened because Christians gonna Christian. It's always the fucking Christians. It's wild that every single, like, really massive COVID flare-up in Asia is tied to a church. Every single one. It's all tied to churches. I wonder if what happened with the worker dormitories actually was tied to somebody going to one of those churches, and then it just spread throughout their whole... That might actually be what happened. But at any rate, it's a whole thing. But so the problem with doctors is not that doctors are bad. The problem with doctors is that we have a culture of distrust of science, and I do not love the look of that. That does not make me happy. We have seen so many random enemies. Oof. I'm trying to get to the entrance because I should be able to save with my Widow Weep's berries, and I want to save. I want to save before I try to tackle the enemies in that back room. But my concern is that trying to get to the entrance might kill me. Like, trying to get all the way over there might actually be the thing that kills me, because I don't know where that guy is. Is he still in the same location? Who fucking knows, right? Someone behind me? Yep. Fuck.
Require assistance.
I'm dead. Oh, shit. How many are left? Okay, we still have a lot left here. Okay. So the entrance is not going to help us, I don't think. So what that means is that we do need to clear using this can't be right now. I think there were 3 down there plus the 2 upstairs. Like, there's a lot of enemies. I can't melee kite 2 of these. No. Even 2 initiates of the sword, I couldn't melee kite to death. They just have too much HP for that. It's certainly not at the end of such a long, like, so far away from my most recent save. If that was, like, the thing that I was doing fresh off of the save, then probably. But I would give me maybe like 1 in 5 odds with 2 initiates of the sword. With 1 initiate of the sword, I would give myself maybe 50-50 odds once I got the hang of it again. I'm a little out of practice, so melee kiting is not going to be as consistent as it once was. Okay. So we've cleared the initial bit. We get this soldier. Well, there was one on the staircase, and there was one who the initiate who followed me, right? So that's 4 total. But also one of them, I think, was a champion, right? And I'm not sure on the numbers either, because they were all packed in one tiny little spot. I really should not be taking my hands off the keyboard right now, because this is... They they can escape. And if they escape, then I need to have my hand on the keyboard so that I can... Just checking to make sure that nobody had, like, meandered in from the entrance and cast a spell instead of killing me. And then I just stand there and die, you know? Not a good look. Okay. So, we're at 37.7%. That wasn't too bad. We bait an attack. There's nobody here. We go here. Okay, there's a bunch on that side. Are they all chilling in that corner? I want to kill the archers first because they have weird angles that they can come at me from. Okay. That was dangerous because she actually moved out toward me rather than just being brought into vision by my movement, which means that she could have had an angle on me that I wouldn't want her to have. I think they're moving around in there, which is that's a big issue actually. If they're meandering around a lot, though, actually I could just stand out of range rather than I could outrange them and then hope that none of the archers kill me. Okay, that one is locked in. That's a problem for me actually. Are you gonna move or are you gonna just stay there? Because if I open this door, things go very badly for me very suddenly, and I don't want that. Okay, there's an archer right here. We're in the yellow here. There's nobody else in this section. We're at 38%. I don't think I can hit these from this angle. I think I actually need to get them to move. So, unfortunately, I'm going to move into this corner. That was close. Okay, this one is moved into range. Perfect. Okay, so we got these. And we're not going to kill the last one in there. The bowman over there is not a good target. I believe there was another one that ran over here. I don't see it, though. I can't open this door from... Okay, I can't open the chest from here. Is there a reason to open this door right now? Probably not, right? Okay, we're going to go over here. Who's here? Nobody. So, my goal right now is to get to a position where I'm in the green. And that's going to be potentially a big issue. Okay, there's another person who saw me. I assume that they're down by the entrance, but there's more meandering about all over the goddamn place, and I don't have Wizard Eye. Can you imagine if we had Wizard Eye? This would be so much easier. This is so spooky. This is so spooky. We had no. There's more conscripts around, and one of the initiates, I think, it came at us from behind. So I think that one of the initiates of the sword. Let's just move to this. We're not going to try anything fancy here. Because basically they can meander into this hallway because they're just meandering around confused. So you never know when one's just going to sneak up on you, right? Like this one just meandered off somewhere. There it is. Okay. Then the archer in the other... And it didn't follow me. So... Do I have to melee kite you and take the risk that either I fuck up or my characters... Okay, they are all in that corner. Okay, they're in that corner. We have at least 3 of them. And this is... an easy one. We can burn this one down. Okay. You didn't do what I thought you did. Okay. Oh, fuck. I fucked up the timing. Okay, luckily the soldiers don't instigate me. We're healing. We're healing back up to full before we continue. I don't believe that's the archers from upstairs, no. You can see on the map here that we haven't explored either the library or the room at the end with the chest. That, I'm pretty sure, is the archer that's stuck behind the bed. The archer that's stuck behind the bed was the one that took that shot. See, that sound? That, I think, is the archer behind the bed. It just thinks it gets line of sight on me for a second and then takes a pot shot that doesn't do anything. I'm so happy that you cast buffs. Man, I'm getting too old for this shit, you know? I'm gonna fucking have a heart attack with these fucking jump scares. Oh. Alarming. Okay. Where you at, buddy? Okay. We are just gonna do it here because this is with just like one enemy, I think this is a safer location because we can easily meander around. Whew. Okay. So, you have one more here. You followed me much sharper than I thought. Okay, I think there's a pack in this corner right here. Where the fuck did you come from? I have no idea where that one came from. Wait, did it blink up? Where was I standing? Oh, that motherfucker. I think I was standing right here, right? He could have clipped up. I don't think he did, but there's a possibility that he clipped up. Okay. It probably came from the side, but there's the possibility that it clipped. The thing is that it was in a weird position for it to have come from that little hallway. I have a suspicion that it actually clipped upstairs, and that's how any of them are getting up there. That's my little... Fuck. Unfortunately, it did hit me across the thing. It's possible that they didn't. I'm basically just acknowledging the possibility because I've seen that kind of thing happen in the past, and I want to be aware of that as a possibility if I see any evidence of it, right? Like, it's something where it's like, okay, this is something that I need to concern myself with, that there's the possibility that he just appeared at the top from the bottom, because he was in the exact spot you would expect, I think, if he had clipped up. It doesn't mean that he did. It just means that, like, I should be careful around that location, because if I'm standing there, there's the possibility that he clips up. Which is a possibility that I should have been, you know, cognizant of, and... Oh, come on. Attacking me through the wall. Like, when I'm moving around in that area in the future, I'm just gonna be more careful about standing in that location. I don't have a strong reason why I would need to stand there. Spontaneous belching. Not every day that you just like have like a burp mid-sentence just come out of nowhere like that. You know, that's some old people shit. You know. As soon as I said the words, "I'm getting too old for this shit," it became a reality. think we're safe for now. Oh. You're just gonna kill me. I don't know how we're gonna get to 65. I think the routing is going to need to entail going and killing the other archers. I think I know how we have to handle this now. We're basically clearing whatever is here, then we're clearing the next pack, and then we're gonna go to the south side and start clearing the archers and the conscript rooms. Oh shit. We need to clear the conscript rooms. And if we can clear all of those, we can get into the green. If we can get into the green, I think we can make like maybe 2 more saves. If we have 2 more saves available, I think we're fine. Oh man, that was a fraction of a second too late. Please. I'd love, yes, for you to walk in while not hitting me. Now we potentially have one more Master of the Sword that we need to clear, but I don't think it's guaranteed. I don't know the details on how these are accurate, honestly. Let's see. It's 1222. You know, I do hate to say it, but I think that we have too much of an opportunity here to succeed for me to give up on this. This might be a project that we have to finish next week, as opposed to a project that we give up on if we don't clear it today, because this feels honestly too reasonable. Like, we might need to tinker with the details a bit. But I honestly think this is too reasonable to just give up on. Like, we spent so long in that genie area. Let's see. Oh, yeah? The only game that I've played where we did that... I haven't even said capitalism that much this stream. Instant death. I haven't even said it that much this stream. There's been implications. There's been implications.
Yes.
I said military-industrial complex, which is a capitalism thing. And I do think that is a uniquely capitalism thing. I don't know that a military-industrial complex makes sense in any other system, right? Like, the idea that you would create weapons that you sell to other nation-states is crazy, right? Like, that's an obviously insane thing that capitalism created that nobody else would even anticipate creating. Like, maybe a mercantilist nation, right? Like, a nation run by merchants is the only nation where it makes sense. Let's see. I won't be in the green if I get to the entrance, because if I have to kill everything in between me and the entrance because of the fact that they'll just run up to me, right? So there's several enemies on the below area that I think are gonna fuck with me if I... Yeah, communism is also not super relevant. I only mentioned communism because Chad mentioned communism. You all brought that shit up. Communism as a political philosophy is completely irrelevant. Like, I don't think that there's been, like, any serious, like, interest in communism as a thing, in, 150 years or whatever. Yeah. The issue is that killing everything up until the entrance, I think, is harder than killing a few archers would be. I think I can probably kill a few archers with, like, this corner much more easily than I can drag every enemy from downstairs up here. You know what I mean? Because there's a lot of enemies that I would need to pull to make that happen. But maybe it'll be viable. If I had Wizard Eye, that would really help a lot. If I do another run like this, I need to make sure that I take air as a starting skill so that I have Wizard Eye available. Because without Wizard Eye, this gets real rough. The fact that, like, there's probably a bunch of enemies right here, but one of them might have released and be wandering around here, and I just don't know until I peek. And if I peek at the wrong time, see. And if I peek at the wrong time, I just die. Because if that was an initiative sword, I'd probably be dead. Maybe not. It might have done a spell and then I just run away from it, but that's beside the point. There's a decent chance that I would have survived it because I obviously wouldn't have tried to kite it the way that I did with the conscript. So there's presumably someone behind me. We have the initiate in front of us, but we also have another initiate that's a floater that's killed us twice. So the floating initiate that's killed us twice is... You're moving. I need you to come to me. You're gonna walk right back into that corner and make me upset with you? Is that what you're gonna do? Is that you living your best life? Is just hanging out in that corner making me miserable? Is that what it is? Is that how we're going with this? Okay, well. Well, I got some damage. We got some chip. So, it's fine. But yeah, if we can get that, we can save maybe one or two more times, I think. What was that? Okay, that's a... Is that a fighter? That's the tier 2. Where are you even going? Oh, okay, you're going... Wait. Where the hell are you going? God, this is miserable. There's an initiate on my left that could be in there. If I turn to look toward that, then this one kills me. There might be an initiate behind me in this fucking... God, what a nightmare. This is... Whose bright idea was it to not have Wizard Eye, okay? Bring me the chatter who's responsible for me not having Wizard Eye. Oh God, where are you? Oh no! The initiate's gone. The soldier we just saw is gone. Ugh. Fuck. Okay. That was rude. This initiate is killing me. It's not that. That's the first time I've been killed by that initiate. I think that initiate is the one that I killed the previous time. God damn it. Yeah, who needs horror? Who needs horror games when you have What Remains of Edith Finch? And Might and Magic. I'm such a scaredy cat. Walking simulators are all so terrifying to me. It's a problem. It's like you need to. If you don't give me a sword, then I'm going to be afraid. I feel like it says something about my media consumption as a child that, like, legitimately, if you give me a game that is horror themed and I have a sword, there's no fear whatsoever. I just do not, like, I'm not getting afraid of your game if I have a sword in my hand in the game. And if you give me a gun, I will be the scaredest I've ever been in my life. It's not that I have to have a weapon. It's that you need to give me a melee weapon. It's my comfort creature. It's weirdly when I think it's why when I played Silent Hill 3 for the first time, and honestly any Silent Hill game I've ever played, it's like crowbar. It's just a crowbar run. We're not using our guns. We're not using shit. We're just using a crowbar. It's very funny because me and my wife are like exact opposites when it comes to horror. Well, not exact opposites because we both like enjoy the genre. Though I don't know if she enjoys the genre for its own sake or if she enjoys the genre because of how much it spooks me. I do not actually know. I could go either way. Like I don't know how much horror she watched before we were together. Because to her, like, horror isn't a thing. There is no room for fear in her heart. So, like, so when we're watching, like, horror stuff, like, I'm spooked and she's just laughing at me. So I think that she might enjoy horror stuff just because it's funny to watch me be horrified. I feel like we've talked about it a little bit in the past and haven't gotten a clear-cut answer on it, which maybe is an answer in and of itself. You know? But I'm so easily spooked, and she is not. And it is very funny also because I don't believe in any supernatural shit, like, at all, right? And so one of the things that's very funny is that there's this continual, like, thing that she's always saying is like, well, why would I be scared of this movie with a ghost in it? Ghosts aren't real. And I'm like, I don't care that ghosts aren't real. Ghosts are real within the context of what we're watching. It's like a fundamental, like, you know, suspension of disbelief thing where, like, I don't have a choice on whether I'm going to suspend my disbelief. But, like, it's just funny. It's a silly jape. It's a silly jape. I'm the most easily spooked person in existence. Which is good for a streamer. You want your streamer to be easily spooked, because if the streamer isn't responding to a jump scare and you are, what are you even doing? What are you even doing watching that person? They need to be more responsive than you. You'll never see me hamming up a jump scare because I simply do not need to. I don't need to ham up anything. It is... I'm naturally gifted at being afraid. Okay. Whew. Okay. Okay, we've got the champion. This is a champion that I don't think we've killed before. So they have the ability to leak up to that location from downstairs in some way, shape, or form. Because I'm fairly certain that that came from downstairs. Actually, I think we saw it on the first attempt, but we didn't see it on the second attempt, right? So maybe it wasn't that a thing came up and that it was instead that something fell down. It's spooky either way. Come on, buddy. Imagine if we were casters right now. Imagine the world we could live in if we could just shoot you. If we could just attack you from afar. I'm trying to figure out an angle that I can approach that will trigger it to actually come toward me. Fuck you! It ran past me. It ran past me. Oh man, is this rough. If I could clear the archer room, I might be able to save over here. No, I can't save here without... Nah. No, that's cope, I think. I think we go right. I don't think that it makes sense to try to clear that hallway, because without Wizard Eye, it's just too much of an unknown of like who's gonna show up and where are they gonna show up and what are they gonna do. I think we need to figure out how to deal with the archers. We clear out the archers, we clear out all of the enemies in that section, and go from there. Okay, you're very rude is what you are. Let's see. Why am I doing this? Yeah, over the weekend I'll make sure to play more of the Lineage game, and we'll see if it's any good. We'll see. Like, it's it's starting on a promising note. It is very funny because it is very much like, presumably there's going to be like a hook or a twist at some point, but like read as written so far, it is very plain, just like, okay, well, you've been hired to do a very, like, you've been hired to just trace the genealogy of this one random person via his, like, great-granddaughters or whatever it is. I don't remember where they are in the lineage. And have fun, right? And it's just like, no, we won't give you really any information. We'll just give you everybody's name who's vaguely associated with the family in any way, shape, or form. And you just, like, have at it. What I'm looking for, because I'm curious about this, because they make a very strong and active point to mention that they want only this person's blood relatives, right? And I'm wondering if we end up having some, like, horror twist at some point, and it's like some ritual sacrifice or something, is the fact that some random person cheated on their partner at some point, so one of these people is blood relatives or isn't blood relatives, because someone could be a blood relative. Like, we're supposed to find all the blood relatives, right? Well, if someone has, like, an extramarital affair with a root tree, and we have a bastard, right? If there's an unknown bastard out there, that and your goal is to do some ritual that requires killing all the root trees, like, I don't know, man. Like, it's who knows what could happen. One of the great things about having just started a game and being nowhere into it, really, is the fact that it's impossible for me to spoil anything, really. So I could just, like, I can literally just say whatever madness comes into my head, because none of the madness that I'm talking about is related to in-game information. Like, I'm not bringing it out of, like, oh, okay, 5 hours into the game, this person says this thing, right? It's just it's just the initial response to the premise, if that makes any sense. So it can't be a spoiler, right? Because it's just like, oh, this is my initial response to the premise of the game. I don't have to worry about, like, having anything that's built on information that, you know, other people don't have access to. Now, I could accidentally be correct on a thing. And by accidentally, of course I'm correct, because obviously I know all things about all of the games, right? Like, how sus... Look, here's the most sus part about the whole game, okay? Most sus thing about the whole game is that I'm not given any of the genealogy filled in at the start. And, like... the way that it's framed doesn't justify the lack of information that I'm given. Right? Like, I'm not given a partially filled in family tree and told to finish it. I'm given an empty family tree and told to make it. Right? And that's weird and sus, right? Like, okay, you don't have a family tree that you're trying to, like, update? You want me to just create from whole cloth a family tree based off of internet searches? What the hell are you talking about? You're a very strange person with very strange, you know, goals. Like, I don't know what your goals are, but I don't trust it. I don't trust it. So I'm looking forward to seeing more, and I'll report on whether I find it interesting or not when we do so. I should maybe do more, like, varied content. Like, maybe I should do some stuff for stream, like that kind of game. But I'm kind of selfish, and I want to just, you know, just keep that for me and my wife. That's the issue. Some of the games that would be most fun to play with, like, chat there is like, well, yeah, I could play that with chat, or I could play that with my wife, who I love. You know, like, and you look, chat, you're fine or whatever, but... God damn it, you're in the room already. Also, part of it is just that, like, when it comes to, like, games, I do actually just not finish so many of them, because I'm just like, this started out fine, but it's giving me the ick now. I'm just gonna stop. And, you know, I do that. I've had a run where I was doing, like, a lot of RPGs, and I had, like, 2 or 3 of them that kind of just gave me the ick, like, midway through the game. And because I was streaming it, it's like, I don't know, it feels kind of shitty to be like, okay, well, I'm going to do like 60% of this game, and then I'm going to say some things that are maybe unkind about the developers, and then I'm going to stop. Which is not... That's not really the vibe I'm looking for with my stream. I like to, you know, maintain a positive affect. You know? I think it's good to say nice things. I think that, you know, it's good to say nice things and to withhold judgment, but also, like, if I'm getting the ick, I don't want to keep doing it. I have to say something about why it is that I'm not doing it. I'm not gonna lie. I would never lie to chat. Okay, please. If I had managed to land that hit, I might have been able to hit stun it long enough to get around to the other side of the table again. We're gonna get hit from the other side if this one doesn't kill us. But unfortunately, oh, we got the. If that hit hadn't gone to the conscript, we might have actually been okay. The conscript getting into line of sight killed us. Okay, we've got 15 minutes. This might be our week, though. I mean, not this week. It would be next week, but this might be the game plan for the next week. Is just figuring out how to make this work, because I think we're too close for me to buy the idea that it's not possible. You know what I mean? Like we've gotten almost clearance to the main room. We've gotten almost clearance without getting back to the main room. Like, there's a couple of avenues that we could potentially, like, get to the point where we can get food. And once we get food, it's over. As soon as we get to 65% and we can leave this dungeon, it's over. We're fine. We're going to have a very quick, easy last 35%. Because we only have, like, smaller things to deal with at that point. Like, there's the one really big room of archers or whatever, but, like, outside of that one room, which the archers are very slow, I can stagger them with no problem. Like, that's something that is very manageable, I think. So... Why did you walk in that room? Why you go in there? Why are you naughty? Why are you a naughty swords person? Okay. Yeah, unfortunately there is a lot of RNG to this. Like, a lot of it is just, like, okay, it depends on what the specific behaviors of the enemies are. I could probably get... If I can get my positioning down correctly, I might be able to eliminate deaths from table. I might be able to actually get the table back on my side. Right? Like, consistency is important, and as long as the table is inconsistent, it's not on my side. But if I can get I might be able to get the table to be consistent with the appropriate placement. I don't think those corners are ever going to be consistent. But if... I don't know why, though, because I feel like the corners were working fine the other day. That was part of why I was so sure that this was going to work. It's weird. But yeah, we'll... Unfortunately... My goal is basically to get the exact distance away from them, between me and the table, where they are attacking me but not hitting me. I think if I get a little closer to this thing, it might attack me. It actually hit me. Because it's tied in with, like, their... It's tied in with weird interactions between the way that the opponent thinks the hitbox is behaving and the way that it actually is. So, I don't know the details on what would cause that interaction. Like, I can't, like... I can't visualize anything, but I can't, like, process what's causing that mechanically with... Come on. And I need to pee. We're gonna make one more attempt. Thus locking ourselves out from being able to pee until we finish stream. Oh god. Yeah, I think we'll be able to make this work. I don't know if we'll be able to make it work off of the back. Who was it? you. Naughty, naughty. Yeah, I might do some more testing with other like setups on Monday in order to make this work. Like, it would be nice. I don't see any way that we're getting through this whole section in one shot. I don't think this section is one-shottable. It's too much variance in it, right? So I don't think we're clearing this portion in one shot, which means we will need to make those saves that we do. Like, we're not changing the save script, I don't think. We need the save in the middle there. We could hypothetically get a better save in the middle where we're like it's cleaner and more likely to succeed. But I don't know. We'll find out. I do have faith that we'll figure something out. If I treat this with the seriousness that I treated getting those genies down, we can make it happen. On the plus side, unlike the genies, it's not like dead air. It's just failed attempts, right? Like, failed attempts are probably more interesting than just me sitting in a corner spamming fireball and hitting the thing. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like God dang it. As both like a gameplay and a viewing experience, I feel like this is probably better than the genie situation was. But we got the genies down, and we're gonna get these. We're gonna get these champions of the sword too. They stand no chance against the power of the Minotaur. And once we clear these, the next area we're going to is Bracada. Bracada Desert has nothing that dangerous. Like, the Medusas are a little dangerous, but not really that dangerous. The oozes aren't really that dangerous. There's some griffins, but like, man, how difficult was the griffin section compared to this shit, right? Like, some griffins outside is probably not going to be an issue. So Bracada Desert is going to be pretty easy. The other thing is that I think when we get to Bracada Desert, I think we're going to loot the library. I don't think we're going dark side, but we can loot the library without aggroing anybody. And so we're going to do that. Every time we play this game, we are looting that library. That's just the way that we're playing the game. Oh wait, we might... No, we need jump to do that. We can't do it. We don't have the jump spell, so we can't loot the library today. We're not today. This run. We might die here because somebody's just going to walk up behind us, but there's not a lot I can do about that. We might die here because somebody's going to walk up in front. Oh, fuck me! Why are you so fast? That was on me. My fingers were slow. Slow and frail fingers cost lives.
Oh, yes.
Like, there's no, like, interpretation of that wasn't like, oh, well, if you had actually turned around at the maximum speed you could have turned around, and, like, done the melee kite correctly, if you had assumed that it was right behind you, you could have just cleared it. And I didn't do it. So, if I had assumed the worst and acted on it, that had low enough HP that we might have been able to kill it. We might have been able to kill that with one round of combat before it tagged us. It was too close to make another round around the table. It wasn't too close to kill. We could have had it all. Underneath the sea? I think. Has anyone mentioned to you that you're very rude? But yeah, we're getting somewhere around 40%. The issue is that we really do have a lot more that we need to clear after this. I'm very concerned that there's one in that room behind me. I don't know who that was. They were presumably on the other side of the table. I have no idea where they are now. They're right there. Okay, well that's
I don't know.
very convenient. Okay, we have 4 minutes. We can clear this entire dungeon in 4 minutes. I believe in me. You. Die. We stand aggressively toward the front. Who the fuck? Who is it? Oh, never mind. It is someone in front of me. I thought that the damage that I took was off-synced from the ones in front of me. I don't know which one did it. Okay. That's just the champion. Let me take a look over at Danger. Stay right. That was so dumb. I can't believe we got that far in. We almost got all the way back to the table. How cool was that? Oh man. Okay, we're gonna just dick around with doing very silly stuff for the last bit, okay? This is what's gonna happen. Okay, we dip back here. We go Yahoo. Pop over here, go hello. You're gone. Look at that. Go over here, say hello. How's it going? Okay, then we stand on this thing and die. Okay, gotcha. Are there any? I believe there are not. But let's. I'm gonna check to see if there's any rooms that actually have a group of conscripts that we might be able to kill. Like if we have 2 or 3 conscripts, I might be able to kill 2 or 3 conscripts. That's a no. That's a no. What if I just pulled every single enemy? What if we just pulled the entire dungeon? That's what we're doing for the last bit. Okay, we're just pulling the entire dungeon. We're going to do the same strat that we've been doing, but we're going to pull the entire dungeon. And that includes this room for some reason. Okay, we're aggroing you. Popping over here. Popping over here. Where the fuck are you going? And in here. This is actually a difficult jump, but we got it. Okay, this is a room that we could hypothetically clear, but I don't think we're going to. Let's see. Open that. Okay, we got the boss over here. That's the first boss that we've seen, I think, right? Oh, the 2 archers are fucking... Oh, no. That's terrifying. Okay, sure. Sure thing, buddy. Okay, so that's done. So now the goal... Oh, come on. You have to cast the spell at the start so that I don't have to... Okay, it's fine. Don't worry about it. This is the last attempt. We just want to see what happens. My hope is that I can at least get... Ah, shit. I'm not going to get there. Wait, maybe we will? Wait, we're cooking? We're cooking? We're dead. We're dead. Okay, well, that's the last attempt, unfortunately. It is 1 o'clock. But I think we can make this happen. I think we can make this happen. We might need to tinker with some other locations a little bit more, see if we can find something even cheesier to do. It would be real nice to have ranged attacks right now. There's so much bullshit I could pull if I had ranged attack. The number of situations that if I just had a ranged attack, it would just be so easy. It would just be so easy. Just so easy speasy. It's all those guys just sitting in a corner, and I'm just like, okay, well, I'm just gonna shoot you. Or the guys that are just sitting in a corner, they'll just shoot you. The people that are sitting over the back corner, I can just shoot you. You know how many problems can be solved by just shooting things? So that's going to be it for today. Thank you everyone for watching. It has been an absolute pleasure streaming for you today. And I hope to see you again on Monday when I think we can make this work. Right? I have faith. I believe in us. Later.